Hello and welcome back to Witch on the Holy Night. We are now at part 5. In the last episode there was big action. Aoko tried to off Sojuro because he saw the ritual she did with Alice. They were interrupted by an autonomous puppet probably by the same person who sent the first puppet after Aoko and Alice. Well, Aoko didn't go through with a plan of getting rid of Sojuro, and now Alice has entered the mix, and that's where the chapter ended. If I remember correctly, it's a two-parter, and let's continue with the second part of the chapter. Night of the Witches. Ooh. Chapter 5. Night of the Witches 2. The melody stirred an emotion like nostalgia within them. Something once familiar but now lost to this world. They believed, beyond a shadow of a doubt, that it would play for all eternity. From opening stanza to final coda, it was a mysterious siren song, merry yet longing, that heralded a return for dreams to reality. The night shook. The song was spun. Now, their lost paradise was unearthed. Abandoned dreams, forsaken idols, they all responded to the cry of a blue cat. The name of that bell was Diddle Diddle, Banquet of the Night. What is that name? All fables made possible, all marvels made real, by the magecraft of Elos Gondry, more magical than magic itself. How selfish was she?
それはあなた一人で決めていいことだったかしら、青子。
Is that something you can really decide on your own, Aoko? Alice sat perched atop the clock tower, like a black bird of ill omen. She smoothed the ruffles of her skirt as she were peering.
アリス。
There was a tension in Aoko's voice as she lifted her head. The calm atmosphere from a moment prior had long since been showed away by Alice's gaze.
あの子、確か。
That girl, I've seen her somewhere before. Sojuro searched his hazy memory. Could not clearly make out her face at this distance, but he was sure he had seen her around town a number of times. Where and when eluded him, however, as the tension in the air kept him from connecting all the dots.
驚いた。随分と仲間思いになったのね、アリス。今夜は私に任せるんじゃなかったっけ？
Well, isn't that a turn of events? I didn't know you cared so much, Alice. I thought you were going to leave tonight to me. Aoko readied her guard and took half a step forward. Unconsciously. From an objective standpoint, it almost looked as though she were protecting the figure beside her. Alice's silence grew even heavier. Her eyes fixed on the ground below her were devoid of emotion. An incredible sense of dread and pressure laid claim over the plaza.
金
Bell? If he strained his ears, he could make out the faint ringing of a bell echoing in the distance. The rippling sound wave seemed unbelievably to be emanating from the under the ground.
なあ青崎、あの子
Hey, Azaki, that girl, she's
黙ってて。
quiet. So Drew stepped back, trying to stay out of her way. It was as though he had been told to go to hell. For the crime of asking if the girl was Aoko's friend.
そうね。仲間思いに当てはまるかは微妙だけど、良くない予感がしたから様子を見に来ただけ。
I wouldn't go as far as to say I cared. I simply had a feeling something might be wrong, and came to check.
別にあなたの仕事を疑ったわけじゃないわ。
It's not as though I had any doubts regarding your ability to handle the job.
それはどうも。どうせならもう少し早くその良くない予感とやらに気づいてほしかったけど。
Much appreciated. It would have been nice if you had thought of to come check just a bit earlier though.
でもま、ご覧の通り自己解決したわ。
As you can see, things seem to have worked themselves out.
夜も遅いし、さっさと帰っていいわよアリス。私の仕事っぷりを疑うわけじゃないんでしょ？
It's late, so don't let me keep you, Alice. Since you have no doubts about my ability, right? Their eyes locked, one another. Alice's stare was uncomfortably cold. Aoko's was bold, daring Alice to air her complaints.
いえ、気が変わったわ。
I think I've changed my mind.
せっかくだし二人で帰りましょう。その方があなたらしいわ。帰りしな、人形の話でも聞かせてちょうだい。
I'm here now, so why don't the two of us go home? That's more your style anyway, Aoko. You can tell me all about your adventures with a puppet on the way.
らしいって何よらしいって。
That's supposed to mean.
いいから帰れ帰れ、ぐうたらアリス。部屋に閉じこもって役に立たないムクドリでも作ってろっての。
Go home, Alice. Shut yourself in your room and make some more of your worthless birds. A disappointed sigh escaped Alice's delicate lips. It seemed that the black-clad girl was more astonished than angry.
青子、口にしたくないけど、本気？
Aoko, I hate to say this, but seriously? Quietly, Alice questioned her roommate of nearly 2 years.
呆れた。二人で秘密を守ると言ったのに。
Surprised me. Did you not say we would protect our secrets together?
まだ半端にそっち側なの？それとも情でも移った？
Are you still having trouble letting go of the other side? Or has compassion taken hold of you?
別に情っていうより私の気分よ。
Not at all. This isn't compassion. I just felt like doing it this way.
だいたい方針なんてその場その場で変わるもんでしょ。気分ならなおさらよ。
No plan survives contact with the enemy. You know that. The same goes for my mood.
そっちこそ一度した約束は絶対守るなんて時代遅れなんじゃない？
Besides, who goes out of her way to keep a promise she made forever ago? A little old-fashioned, if you ask me. The proverbial knives were out now. No quarter was given nor taken. Sadly, their partnership was one of convenience and had not reached the level of mutual understanding. Their vision of friendship was both delicate and unique. When a conflict of opinion arose, each would refuse to budge until the other crumbled. Neither was concerned for the other's plight, and at least for now. That was how they liked it.
そうね。今の暴言はあなたらしいとは思うけど。
You know, I've come to accept stupid outbursts like that from you. Once again, she let out a sigh, even larger than the one before.
言い争いは後にしましょう。
Why don't we save this argument for later?
そこの彼をいなかったことにするのは
I can
私だけで十分だし。
make him disappear on my own. Finally, she struck straight to the point, as if making a move to move a chess piece. Alice lifted her slender finger. Even this simple action seemed mysterious to Sojuro, the same boy who has been hunted by his classmate Aoko Aozaki and borne witness to an automaton. Aoko's violence and an animated doll were perhaps far beyond the realm of logic. Both these things were derived from reality. As surprised as he had been, there was no need to think of them as total mysteries. However, when the thing appeared out of thin air from a seemingly unrelated gesture, he had no word for besides mysterious. Sojuru stood motionless, captivated by the stage performance magic trick, as the girl's single finger's magecraft turned into an attack directed at him. A blue light flew from the side to repel it, annihilating without a trace.
やば。
Oh, crap. Aoko immediately regretted her reflexive shot.
どういうこと？約束を曲げただけじゃなく、ルールまで破るつもり？
What are you doing? You're not satisfied with breaking just our promise, so you must break the rules as well. The already chilled midwinter air plunged below freezing. Alice looked calm and collected on the outside, but in reality she was sometimes even more hot-blooded than Aoko. That was especially true when it concerned her familiars. Accidentally breaking one would often result in a week of silent treatment. But against someone who maliciously destroyed her things, Alice was prone to retaliate without warning.
あっちゃー。いつかやるとは思ったけど、ついに逆鱗に触れちゃったか。
Whoops, I figured I would do that someday, but I couldn't have picked a worse time. Aoko sighed at herself. Even she was exasperated by her own stupidity, yet she couldn't help but feel a pang of relief. She did not intend to make any excuses, and she had no regrets. If she had broken the rules, and so had Alice.
青子。
なんていうか、
How do I put it? If anything, this took a lot of her mind. After all, now there was no going back. Aoko never intended to break her own rules. If there was anything for Aoko to regret, it was putting too little power into her shot.
私的に今夜こいつに死なれるのは困るのよ。
I have a problem with this guy dying tonight.
なんで日を改めて殺しに来てくれないアリス。いいでしょ、たった1日ぐらい。
So, can we reschedule the execution? What difference does a day make? To Aoko, it was simply natural to take on a pro bono case in defense of an innocent suspect.
それは市場？
Is this personal?
悪い？一宿一般の恩義って割と大事にしてるの、私。
So what if it is? You know that paying back my debts is pretty important to me.
私との協定より。
More important than our agreement?
ええ、時と場合によっては。
Sure, depending on the time and place. Sojuro's human rights had not yet entered the argument. The girls were busy pouring oil on each other's flames. The girl clad in black was the first to move, or rather, to erupt.
そう。よくわかったわ、青子。
I see. I understand how you feel, Aoko.
私は彼をここで殺す。
But I am going to have to kill him here.
あなたは彼をここだけ生かす。
I believe that you would let him live.
つまり、私と戦う。ということでいい？
Shall I take that to mean you're ready to fight me for it?
そんなのいいわけないじゃない。
You know damn well I'd rather not. Aoko bit back her retort. She was very familiar with Alice's magecraft. And knew painfully well how many mystics were hidden in Alice's tiny body. The odds of victory were essentially non-existent. And once the first shot had been fired, Alice Koonji was without mercy, whether facing a roommate or a friend, most beloved family member or a stranger. Once Alice began to fight as a witch, she became a heartless, unflappable monster. Aoko advanced another half step forward as if to encourage herself. It was too late to go back down. Now. The situation was no longer a trivial quarrel over a witness. The bedrock of their so-called friendship had nothing to do with their individual abilities, and everything to do with being equals in will. That is why, in order to stay true to herself, Aoko had no room for compromise or deception.
もちろんあんたを殺すことになってもそこのバカは生かしきるわ。それに
Of course, I'm going to make sure this idiot lives, even if it means killing you. And besides, the magical circles howled as they kicked into gear. Had mostly been dormant during a battle with a puppet, ignited, preparing to demonstrate its true worth.
それにどのみち最後には殺し合う仲でしょ、私たち。
We were going to end up killing each other in the end anyway. Her courage overpowered any fear she had for her opponent. Tuning her body, her magic circuits to become like that. The barrel of a gun. Arco fired a magic bullet. It was an exceedingly basic magecraft formula. There was no nature interference, no creating of wind, parting of water, nor hastening of decay. It was simply the process of converting the imaginary activity known as magical energy into something real, before releasing it as heat. Thus, Alco's destructive power was equal to her supply of magical energy. The magical bullets she had used against Sojiro were among the most basic single-action magecraft that did not require an incantation. With her present ability, Alco's main mode of attack, a magic bullet, could be fired at 3 levels of power. There was at least these were at the second level. This required a double action magecraft, the casting through activation of her crest combined with a simplified incantation. However, without blinking, Alice spurred the shot that Argo had mustered all of her spirit to fire. Argo tutted in frustration. A swift sneak attack that used a simplified incantation would not be enough to break Alice's guard.
相変わらずお堅いこと。そのから一段と独りよがりになってるんじゃない？
As swift as ever, I see. Don't you think that Shell is making you complacent? Aoko provoked Alice in order to disguise her own lack of composure. Somehow, Alice seemed delighted by Aoko's bravado.
売り言葉に買い言葉というやつね。
I suppose this is what they call fighting words.
こういう勢いだけのきっかけは初めてだけど。
I've never fought to the death for such trivial reason.
驚いたわ。こんなくだらない理由でもその気になるものなのね、人間って。
I'm really shocked. Humans are such coincidental creatures. Alice giggled, smiling with heartfelt amazement. Alice gestured herself, her left hand toward the earth. Countless utensils shot out from underneath the cobblestones paving the plaza.
しずきくん、後ろに飛んで。
Suzuki, get back! She gripped his hand as she shouted, jumping backwards before he even had a chance to respond. As if they had wills on their own, the utensils that had suddenly appeared from the ground gave chase. As the barrier of spears grew around them, Aoko and Sojiro put some distance between themselves and the clock tower.
これで終わり？
That's all you've got? Just under 30 feet stood between them and Alice. The lethal weapons that had crumbled the stone beneath them were short of what Aoko had anticipated. They now encircled the clock tower, making the scene look like the burning of a witch at the stake.
普通逆じゃない？ここは私たちを逃がさないよう槍で周りを囲むものでしょ。
Isn't it backwards? You'd expect the spears to try to stop us from escaping. The path behind them was safe. If they wanted, they could try to make a break for it, for the main gate, and escape.
いいのアリス。悪いけど逃げられるなら逃げるわよ。私。
Look at his face. Are you sure about this, Alice? Sorry, but if you're going to let me escape, I'm not going to pass a chance up. If she could just make it back to town, it would be Aoko's win. All she wanted to do was let Sojiro get away for the night. So if she could get him back to the city, it would be, for the most part, mission accomplished.
Huh?
Oh, so she had thought. Without even offering a glance at the targets below, Alice carefully and lovingly pulled out a bottle from her pocket.
緑のフラスコ
A green flask?
あれって確か。やば！とにかくファイヤー
Wait, that's... Damn it, fire! A shot was deflected with ease. Gone was Aoko's earlier bravado. It was only natural. Aoko had indeed grown as a mage. Over the last 2 years of study, the studies had progressed well, and she'd more or less gotten a grasp on her roommate's tendencies and abilities. This has had made her coincided enough to believe that under favorable circumstances she'd be able to show Alice a thing or two in a fight. Alice uncorked the magical bottle. Uncorked the magical bottle. A gentle breeze caressed her cheek. Diddle diddle, that as a new player stepped onto the stage. But from where would it enter? The sound of footsteps. As a nostalgic parade approached. No way. What emerged was a miracle. With Aoko Naozaki, an apprentice mage had never witnessed. The dead came to life. The inanimate awakened. The woods were enveloped by the mist. Fire-breathing lizards lurked in the swamps. Puppets made merry at midnight. Alice Conji's slender finger had transfigured the entirety of the park, as if gently stroking the back of an elderly cat.
いいわ。ごっこ遊びをしましょう、青子。
Very well. Let's play pretend, Aoko. For one night, the wasteland of dashed hopes and dreams was restored to its former glory. It was an immortal monster ready to devour reality. A dark fairy tale that once unleashed would never let its prey escape.
逃げられるものなら逃げてみせて。
Run, if you dare.
どこまで行けるかわからないけど、この夜を越えることができたのなら、あなたの勝ちにしてあげる。
I don't believe you'll get far, but if you can survive the night, I'll concede this round to you. The declaration marked the start of a desperate battle. The witch in black laughed at her friend, a musical mirth filled with affection. sadness, and innocent delight. Faded glory returned to Kitsyland. The neon glow of innumerable lights illuminated the night. Speakers filled the air with the sound of windy music. Merry-go-rounds, small and large, whirled round and round. All in all, it made a mind-bending spectacle. It was certainly possible to power the facility by transmuting magic energy into electricity via alchemy. That said, simply supplying the park with electricity would not have brought back to life that which would not have brought back life to life that which was broken. Oh, that which was broken, not which. The young woman did this not by mixing chemicals into a compound, but by melting down divine providence into a witch's brew.
まずいわね。アリスのプロイは何個か見てきたけど、今回のは桁が違う。
This is bad. I've seen her ploys, and this one is something on a completely new.
セット。
Connecting. Stifling her in anxiety, Aoko fired up the crest on her right arm. The magic circuits were a mage's engine, and their crest was the software that assisted their magecraft. For a fledgling mage, Aoko, this was her trump card. All she had to do was to supply magical energy to her crest base formula. It may not have been the strongest magecraft, but it was hers, proof that she was a successor of her Aozaki lineage.
講師2層直流数門
Execute double layer. Direct current to crest. The pattern of her crest shifted to execute the formula, which then connected to her magic circuits. Process resembled trains, changing rails, a puzzle involving dozens of circuits. She constructed it as swiftly as possible without sacrificing the quality of its construction. Instant magecraft cast without an incantation would not be enough to reach Alice Goronji. Aoko had gauged the strength of Alice's defenses with her initial shots. She would dial up the power 5 times the next time, driving 20 tons of force into her target. Alice had the protection of the thick, hanging fog and the dense barrier around her. However, this attack would be more than enough to pierce through both. If Aoko struck home, it would cave in Alice's chest and end the fight. At worst, it would at least knock Alice down from her position atop the clock tower.
そろそろいいかな
Hey, I have a question. As always, there was one guy who spoiled the deadly tension, pulling Aoko out of a killer mode. Sojiro had been looking back and forth between Aoko and Alice in confusion.
それでどういう話になったんだ
What's going on now? He said it like he might ask for directions to the train station. Normally she would have lashed out in response, but his dead serious tone shocked rather than angered her.
信じられない。慣れてきた。私。
Unbelievable. This is my life now? Aoko swallowed back a sigh and returned her focus to activating her crest.
交渉は決裂。ちょっと怒らせすぎた。
Negotiations have broken down. I pissed her off a bit too much.
あの子から見れば、まあいい機会だし、遊園地ごと私を亡き者にしようって腹ね。
From her perspective, this is a good chance to kill me off. Along with her entire theme park, I guess. Huh? The Jiro tilted his head, as if begging for a simpler explanation.
私、割とあの子に恨まれてるから。捕まったが最後、どんな風に殺されるか想像すらできないわ。
She really got it in for me. I can't even imagine what sort of death she has in store if she catches me.
要するに、あんたも私も、あの子をどうにかしないと生きて帰れないってことよ。
What I'm saying is neither of us are getting out of this alive. Unless we do something about her.
そんな、とばっちりだ。
So you're saying I got dragged into your quarrel?
まあ、そういうことになるかもね。
Pretty much. Sojuro protested in a tone wholly inappropriate of his situation. Aoko let another blast rip from her right arm. She was not aiming at Sojuro though. A little earlier in the day, and Aoko would have been happy to do exactly that, but now her attention was focused on the girl in black atop the clock tower. What? Aoko's mind struggled to catch up to her astonishment. She had fired the strongest, fastest magical bullet she had the ability to conjure, and Alice blocked it. That much was to be expected. When Alice set her mind to defending herself, such an attack was child's play. But what just happened? Something Aoko had never seen before leapt to Alice's defense. A team of horses? A plague of locusts? No, those existed in the real world, unlike what Aoko had just witnessed. Normal creatures could not form like a spontaneous cloud of fog and then dissipate just so as quickly into the night sky. Oh. Okay. Impossible things moved in impossible ways. Alice was not even supplying them with any power source. Those things never needed power in the first place. Those broken and discarded things did not follow the rules of mankind. It was an invasion of fairy tales. Compared to them, the automaton looked merciful. Autonomous puppets were products of magecraft, but even then they behaved as puppets should. These newly animated things, however, were nothing of the sort. Empty vessels became living creatures. Dummies warped into malformed beings. There was a fog dense with magic energy. It visibly spread to all corners of the park, bringing in a monstrous welcoming party that easily numbered over 1,000. Spurred by the shuddering sensation running down her spine, Aoko fired a barrage of single-action magic bullets. Her impulsive attack scattered futilely. The Knights of Mercy merry-go-round soared into the sky. Green fire, weaving lizards, locked. Bakeries opened their doors once again, and human-sized loaves of fresh bread marched from their ovens as platoons of newly baked soldiers.
青崎後ろ
Asaki, behind you! Aoko and Sujuro were completely surrounded. The Ferris wheel creaked as it gently turned. A rickety train car raced about the roller coaster tracks with kitsy tears streaming down its face aboard. It was grossly twisted fantasy. The girl in black resigned over the insanity-fueled park. Reigned over. Sorry. Oh, now we are screwed. Aoko was transfixed by the scene unfolding around her when she realized what was happening.
そうだ、これは。
I know what this is. Alice had once told her Meister's familiars. Told her of her Meister's familiars. Among them were 3 of particular notoriety, one of which she recalled being capable of something similar to this. And it was called...
プロイキッシャー、フラットスナーク。
Ploy Kickshaw? Let's knock.
青崎だから後ろ
Seriously, Aozaki, behind you! Struck by Aoko's bullet, the creature exploded into splinters. It was clear Aoko's shots were becoming more powerful, but it was also the case that these beings were less robust than your average automata.
しずきくん、こっち。
Shizuki, this way. Aoko turned away from the clock tower, grabbed his hand, and began to run.
青崎
ごめん、これ無理。
Sorry, no time.
逃げるわよ。
We're running.
逃げるってどこに
Running? To where?
どこって、とにかく行けるところまで。
It doesn't matter anywhere. She shouted as though trying to persuade herself as she valiantly cleared a path. Aoko's magical bullets flew like a scream, blowing away the creatures that blocked or simply gathered around their path. She made a hole for them to escape through. Magical bullets exploded like blue fireworks. Aoko and Sujiro ran down the bumpy brick road. Their bond forged in the heat of battle, went far beyond mutual convenience. They headed for the park's exit at full speed, without exchanging a word or a look. Their weirdness only extended as far weirdness extended only as far as the park border, so we would be safe as long as we made it outside. But speaking of pure numbers, the difference in strength was 2 versus an army, or rather 1 versus an army. Sojuro was hardly useful in this situation. Manpower wasn't really the issue here. Since we were facing puppets.
さっきの大丈夫？上からこうでっかいハサミが落ちてきたけど。
You okay? Those were some giant pincers back there. Alko shouted as she blasted away the monsters that stood in her path. There was no time to stop or for breath, or even to look back. Yeah, just barely. Sojuro pursued. Its voice too naturally become shrill. 5 minutes earlier. They had broken out of a siege at the plaza surprisingly fast. It seemed that the residents' awakening differed case by case, by the large creatures taking additional time.
ラッキー、朝に弱いタイプばっかと見た。
We're lucky they're not the morning type. Aoko joked as she moved down the small down the small fry that popped up, mowed down. But then, without warning, something outrageous extended its way down from above them. What? It was the claws of a 60-foot lobster adorning the roof of a seafood restaurant. Its pincers were like a guillotine. As Aoko and Sojuro cut across the front of a restaurant, the Red King pressed in at tremendous speed, keen on splitting them each in two.
しずきくん、Uターン、こっちはダメ。
Suzuki. Hard about. This way is no good. The gate was just on the other side of the restaurant. If they had to take the long way around in order to lose the giant lobster snapping at their heels. Waiting along their detour had been a horde of monsters, too many to count.
なんとかギリギリ。
Yeah, just barely. Sojuro called out in response, recalling just how narrowly they had avoided his head being severed clean from his body.
手前。うわ、なんだあれ。焼きたてか。
In front of us? What the heck are those? Are they freshly baked?
そうみたいね。要するに下級兵士よ。
It's looked like it. In other words, they're cannon fodder. Aoko halted her sprint and set her crest into full operation.
距離7、6、5メートル。あの程度ならスナップだけで事足りる。
Range 7, 6, 5 yards. At this distance, Snap will take them down. Sliding along the brick path, she brandished her right arm. She loosed a shower of magic bullets. Snap was a single action spell that favored rate of fire over power, and it moved down the monsters with satisfying pops.
青崎そっちも。
Aosaki, more over there.
了解。
Blue explosions bloomed along the lamp-lit promenade. Arco's curtain of fire fanned out. It was a marvelous starming fireworks show. Toy-bred men turned to charcoal.
いける。数でこそ押されてるけど、この状態が続くなら逃げ切れる。
We can do this. They've got us overpowered in numbers. But at this rate, we'll be able to get out of here.
しずきくん、そっちは
Suzuki, how's the look over there?
いない、空いてる。ここからなら入り口の東側に出られるはずだ。
Looks clear to me. We should be able to approach the exit from the east. With a magical barrage that would leave an average spellcaster blue in the face, the novice mage broke through the siege. Meanwhile, a single bird keenly watched everything unfold. The moment the blue bird descended into its master's field of vision, it made its high-pitched call. The girl listened expressionlessly to the report.
構わないわ。予想通りよ。
No matter. Everything is going as expected.
撃つこと、壊すことしか脳がなくても、青子の魔力の使い方は波じゃないから。急増の使い魔じゃ、まだ相手にはならないでしょう。
Even if she only knows how to shoot and destroy, the way Aoko uses magical energy is extraordinary. Easily formed familiars are no match for her. The robin flapped its wings as it tweeted in response. Perhaps it was criticizing Alice for complimenting Aoko. Or perhaps it was jealous of Aoko for being praised by Alice. Alice could barely make sense of its shipping rant. Aoko Ozaki was a novice mage. Until just 2 years ago, she had grown up in with no background in magecraft. Compared to Alice, who was raised by a witch from birth, Aoko possessed far less talent and experience. There was simply no comparison to be made. In a contest of skills in magecraft, 10 times out of 10, Alice would be declared the victor. However, that narrative changed when it came to battle for life or death. Alice Kanji was not the type of mage suited to combat. Aoko Aozaki, on the other hand, was built for it. In a contest that pitted magical energy against magical energy, even Alice would concede to Aoko that Aoko had the upper hand. Aoko's manipulation of magical energy was extraordinary. The scale of her magic circuits was smaller than that of Alice, but their rotational speed, durability, and output quality, not to mention efficiency, were otherworldly. That was Aoko Aozaki's hallmark. Though she had many failings when handling sophisticated formulae, in the 2 years of practice, Aoko had surpassed Alice in simple formulae that merely required an energy input. She also had a genius instinct and adaptability. While Aoko was not particularly proficient at executing magecraft, she was terrifyingly fast. If she had been born outside of her Aozaki clan, she would have doubtless risen to fame as a competitive sharpshooter.
でも、残念ね。
What a pity. In a straight shootout, Alice did not stand a chance. Alice Kanji had never bothered to learn primitive magecraft like magic bullets in the first place. She was a classic puppeteer. Her familiar served as her arms and legs to carry all the particulars of battle.
制限時間には気づいているわよね、青子。
clock ticking, Aoko.
魔力はいくらでも貸してあげるけど、あなたの魔弾はあと半時で値崩れするわ。
I'm happy to lend you all the ammunition you like, but after an hour, those bullets will be worthless. Chipping as if in agreement, the robin took flight. It had been nearly 10 minutes since Alice made the amusement park into her dominion. To what would the green fog give birth next? Aoko and Sojiro, still running about, would soon come to understand the gravity of their situation.
しずきくん、正門ってこっち？
Izuki, is this the way out?
ああ、その店を曲がれば出口だ。
Yeah, the exit is just around the store. Running non-stop at full speed. With them all at their limits. Their breath ragged. The duo rounded a corner at a breakneck pace. Amusement park, though it was, this was still the infamous Kitsyland. It would have taken a high school student 20 minutes to sprint the entire circumference of the park. And though they were inherently familiar with the park's geography, it was changing beyond recognition. The transformation was not limited to the park's residents either.
大崎、
何を？
What?
言いたくないんだけど、この遊園地広くなってないか？
I hate to ask, but is it just me or is this park getting bigger? It was. The problem wasn't mundane as mistaking the location of exits, nor the strange terrain. No, the park was warping and twisting it upon itself. Even as we ran, its structure were expanding and growing, like that of a living creature. Soon, the pair noticed that the mob encircling them had grown even stronger. Entrusting her back to Sojiro, Aoko summoned all of her efforts just to keep from whining. No one would blame Sojiro for cowering in shock, but for Aoko to do the same? She bore responsibility for causing and then dragging him into this mess. She could not afford to succumb to panic.
大丈夫。落ち着け私。
Pull yourself together, Aoko.
遊園地の果てはある。遠いけど、鉄柵はちゃんと見える。
The park has to end somewhere. It may be far, but the fence is right there. Or maybe the exit is gone from the fence and it's somewhere inside the park? Maybe it's warped like that?
フラットスナークだって制限なしってわけじゃない。外に逃げるって選択は正しいはず。
Even Flat Snark has limits. Getting to the exit is the right choice, I think.
現状、外までは目算で1キロぐらいだけど。
But from here it looks the better part of a mile away. Up until now they had been too concerned with simply running. Their breathing had become labored. If they had to run another mile without rest, they would end up collapsing along the way.
青崎、体大丈夫か？
Aozaki, how are you holding up? Physically, I mean.
え？
What? The whispers from being pulled Aoko actuality.
大丈夫だけど、ちょっと一息入れたいわね。
I'm fine, but I need to catch my breath.
賛成。 ここから休みなしで外周まで走るのはやめた方がいい。
Good idea. We'll never make it outside if we don't rest.
驚いた。しずきくんも外まで走ろう派とは。
You know, I never would have thought you'd be okay with making a run for it. She let slip a giggle. Far from deliberate. Debilitated by panic, her comrade in arms had been analyzing the situation and forming an escape plan.
ちょっとだけ建物に逃げ込むのは。
Why don't we hole up in one of those buildings for a while?
気は進まないけど、それしかないわね。
I don't like it, but it's our best option right now. The Breadman had them completely surrounded. Perhaps this might have been a problem for an average person, but for Arco breaking through their formation to get to the building would be a clinch? Clinch? I don't know. Easy. The issue was
問題はどんな店を選ぶかってこと。
which store to pick. She considered the characteristic of a transforming park. What would pose a danger and what was safe? The most important factor was not the strength or the complexity of the building.
そうだ。選ぶならあの単純さで正しいはず。
Keep it simple. Stupid.
しずきくん、あっち。
Suzuki, this way. After routing the monsters, Alco hopped behind the counter, soon followed by Sojiro.
カウンターに隠れてて。
Get behind the counter. Like she was in a western shootout, Alco squared off against the monsters, using the counter as cover.
ビンゴ。ここならスナーク化しないんだ。
Bingo. Nothing in here can get snarkified. After assessing the current state of the enemy, Alco sat down under the counter.
あいつらは。
What are they doing?
店の周りで地団打踏んでるわ。理由があってね。あいつらはここには入ってこられないのよ。
They're stamping their feet in frustration because they're angry that they can't get in. Alco gave the perplexed Sojiro a grin and took a moment to catch her breath. She heaved a heavy sigh of relief and fatigue.
とりあえずコーヒーブレイクね。ここは遊園地の中でも遊びのない場所だから、あいつらにとっては鬼門なのよ。
We'll take 5 here. This restaurant is the blandest place in the park, which makes it their Achilles heel.
レジスターも調理器具も最近のものだし、擬人化されたマスコットもないし、スナーク化するにはちょい文明犬すぎるってこと。
The registers and utensils are all moderns, and there are no mascots characters. It's just a bit too civilized for Snark to mess with.
スナーク。
あいつらの名前よ。つけたのは私じゃなくてアリスなのかしらね。あの子の性格的にちょっと想像できないけど、まあとにかくそういう名前。
That's her name, though Alice is the one who came up with it. I think it doesn't really sound like her, but whatever. It's what they're called. Perhaps now at ease from knowing they were safe, Tsurugi seemed enthralled in her explanation. Aoko could not help but chuckle as Sojiro nodded sagely. It was certain that he had no idea what she was talking about. Normally this would have irritated her, but this time she was grateful for the warmth of his strange sobriety.
それはともかく調子良さそうだな、青崎。
It's good that you seem better, Aozaki. Mistaking a smile for composure, Sojuru broke into a smile himself. It was just another link in a chain of misunderstandings, but there was no need to redress it.
あれ、あなたから見てもわかる？私の魔弾の威力が上がっているの。
Oh, you can tell? Yeah, my magic bullets are getting more powerful.
そりゃミラーハウスで散々追いかけ回されたからな。あの時と同じ動作なのに物騒さが増していれば嫌でもわかる。
Well, you did chase me all around that house of mirrors while firing those things at me. So I guess I've become really familiar with them for better or worse.
でもいいのか？確か数に限りがあるとか言ってただろう。もう随分撃っちまったけど20、30じゃ効かないぞ。
Are you sure you're capable? I remember you mentioning that you had limited numbers of shots, but you fired at least 20 or 30 so far, right?
あんた、時々あれよね。
You know, every now and then you...
ん？
Opinion of him improved just a little bit.
なんでもない。
Never mind.
私の魔弾の威力が上がっているのは単純に魔力の濃度の問題。さっきから霧がかかってるでしょ？あれ、全部魔力なのよ。弾を撃つための燃料と思って。
My bullets increase in power. Is it... Increase in power is a simple matter of density of magical energy. You've seen the fog around the park from a bit ago, right? All magical energy. Think of it as fuel for my bullets. Magical energy was divided into two broad categories. First was odd, produced inside of a mage's body. Second was mana, which filled the atmosphere. At the moment, the amusement park had turned into a fairy tale land, overflowing with mana. Although it meant nothing to the average person. To a mage it was a paradise where spells could be cast as much as one pleased.
じゃあ残り魔力とやらは気にしなくていいのか。
So that means you don't have to worry about how much magic energy, whatever you have left then.
注意すべきは怪我と体力だけ。
All we need to worry about are injuries and stamina?
まあ、個人的な責任においてはその限りね。
Well, as far as our own lives are concerned, yeah. Sojuru breathed a sigh of relief. From Sojuru's perspective, more so than the monsters she moved down, Aoko was the biggest bully on the playground. He had been concerned about what would happen should her magical energy be exhausted. But luckily for him, she was far from surrendering her crown.
頼りにしてくれるのは嬉しいけど、ぬか喜びよ。
It's nice that you trust me and all, but let's not get ahead of ourselves.
あんな雑魚たち、ただ動いているだけのガラクタなんだから。
Those minions out there are just walking garbage.
スナーク本体は当然として、アリスが他の童話の怪物を出してきたら、私じゃどうにもならない。
If Alice summons any other fairy tale monsters, let alone the actual Snark making an appearance, there's nothing I'll be able to do.
他の童話の怪物。遊園地をこんな風に変えたやつ以外にまだいるのか？
Other fairy tale monsters? You mean there are others apart from a thing that changed the park?
そう。プロイキッシャーって名付けられた、私たちでさえ目を背けたくなる反則。
Yes, they're called Ploy Kickschwas aberrations, but even we mages can't stand to look at.
不可能な夢物語をも再現する時代に取り残されたデタラメよ。
They're nonsense lost to time, used to revive impossible fantasies. Sojuru's expression seemed to be calling her out on the hypocrisy.
あのね、私たちはちゃんと現代に寄り添った魔術師よ。
Hey, most of us have modern standards, you know?
できないこともあるし、 当たり前のことだけど近代兵器にはかなわない。20世紀、まあいろんな戦争の後押しで兵器の進化は私たちを超えちゃったから。
Obviously, there are things we can't do, and we're no match for modern weapons. The 20th century, well, a bunch of wars helped weapon technology catch up to us.
けどあの子のは違う。どんなに人間の技術が進歩しようと関係ないって怪物なの。
But that girl is a different beast altogether. Mankind's evolution can't hold a flame to her power.
例えばあのブレッドマンいるでしょ。
Take those Batman, for instance.
あいつには自動拳銃とか効かないわよ。多分意味が分かっていないから。
Something like a machine gun would never have no effect on them. Probably because guns make no sense to them. Arco casually gestured outside, past the counter.
アリスの使い魔は全てが空想によってこねられた神秘なの。
Alice's familiars are mystics netted from fantasies.
前提からしてありえないことだから通常の物理法則と折り合いが悪い。空想と現実は両立しないっていうごく当たり前の理由でね。
They are all impossible in the first place, so they don't play nice with the laws of physics. That shouldn't come as a surprise, since fantasy and reality can't exist together.
なるほど。ブレッドマンってのはあの動く焼きたてパンのことなんだな。
See, so they are literally walking loaves of bread. So Juro seemed to have ignored the majority of Arco's explanation and only reacted to the part that caught his curiosity.
話を戻すけど、
To get back on topic,
あいつらと近代兵器の相性は最悪。ロケット弾でも効果はないわ。意思の疎通、秩序の共有ができてないから。
modern arms don't stand a chance against those things. Even rockets would be useless. They aren't part of the same order of shared consciousness as us.
プロイキッシャーにとって彼らの世界には存在しないもの、意味がわからないものは触れることなく無賛する。
To the Poloi Kishivas, to the fairy tale monsters, anything that doesn't exist in their world, anything they don't understand, disintegrates before it can even touch them.
彼らに通じるのは同じ神秘を帯びた魔力だけっていうデタラメぶりよ。もう完全に概念空間っていうか概念宇宙っていうか。
Only something equally nonsense can touch them. Like magic energy infused with the same level of mystics. They exist wholly in their own conceptual space or cosmos.
要するにあいつらは伝承防御っていう特別なルールを持っていて、単純に強い力、強い魔術じゃ効果は薄いの。元になった童話にちなんだ欠点をつかないと倒せない。
In short, they are protected by a special rule known as folklore defense, meaning that they are neither pure force nor strong magecraft with much effect. They can't be taken down without exploiting the weakness found in their original stories.
ギリシャ神話のアキレスあたり分かりやすい例えなんだけど、知ってる？
Are you familiar with the Greek myth of Achilles? It's a good straightforward example. Sojiro shook his head.
そう。無事帰れたら飛び丸あたりに教えてもらって。定番だけどいい話よ、あれ。
Of course you aren't. If you get out of this alive, have Tobimaro tell you about it. It's a cliché, but it's a good story. Sojiro was feeling pretty lost, but he did his best to grasp the situation. He thought that Polly Kishivas was scary enough to chase Aoko and the puppet from before out of the house barefoot. Certainly the scene before them was the stuff of nightmares. But Sojuro had a different way of thinking.
やっぱり青崎の方が怖くないか？
I think you're more scared than me, Aozaki.
あんた死ぬの？
You want to die? Sojuro waved in protest, silently pointing out that she had made his case for him.
あのね、今私たちを取り囲んでるのはおまけに過ぎないの。
Listen to me. The things surrounding us now are little more than fodder.
アリスにとってあのブレッドマンもロブスターもソーセージ屋のミンチマシーンも全部が全部私が撃ってるマダンより価値がない。
As far as Alice is concerned, the breadman, the lobster, the meat mincer at the sausage place, they are all worth even less than my magical bullets are to them. Me.
いい？あの動くマスコットたちはね、ただのおまけなの。アリスが解放した童話の怪物の一呼吸みたいなものなのよ。
Got it. The moving mascots and all the rest are a sideshow. They're nothing more than the breath of the monster she unleashed.
呼吸ってこれが？
These things are just the breath?
私だって考えたくないわよ。
Yeah, crazy, I know.
でもそれが現状。たった一体の童話の怪物だけで私たちは手一杯。
But that's what we are dealing with right now. Just one of those fairy tale monsters is enough to keep us busy.
そういうわけだからアリスがあと一体でも追加したら諦めて。
So if Alice decides to add another, we might as well give up.
追加ってこれに制限はないのか？
Add another? Isn't there some sort of limit?
あの子が出し惜しみしなければまだ何体かストックはあるでしょうけど、まあ成立する条件はあるわね。
If she decides not to be stingy, she has a few more up her sleeve. Though, well, there are conditions to bring them out.
例えば川がないと目を覚まさない怪物もいる。この遊園地噴水はあるけど川はないでしょ。元になった童話縛りなの、あの子の使い魔は。
Like one monster that won't wake up if there's no river nearby. The park has fountains, sure, but no river, right? The familiars are bound by their unyielding underlying stories.
童話ってかけそばとか？
A fairy tale, you mean like the one about the bowl of soba noodles?
ここに川がないのは不幸中の幸いね。もしあったらもっと直接制圧に向いたやつが出てきてた。
Let me tell you, it's a small mercy. There's no river here. Otherwise, something way better at squishing us would have appeared by now. Arko continued complimenting, completely ignoring Sojuro.
話の続きだけど、
Anyway, as I was saying,
アリスの魔術の基本はマザーグースって知らないか。イギリスの歌で遊び心に富んだメルヘンチックな内容よ。
the foundation of Alice's magecraft is Mother Goose. Right, you wouldn't know that either. Mother Goose was an author of whimsical English nursery rhymes.
ただそっち系のプロイキッシャーは怖くないの。
To be honest, this type of Ploikishiwa isn't all that scary.
みんなそれなりになんとか魔術にも落とし込める範囲だから。
Taking them down with some form of magecraft is totally possible.
聞きたくないんだけど、そっち系じゃないのは？
I'm afraid to ask, but what about the scary kind then?
マザーグースを下地にしたとある創作童話系。
They follow another fairy tale inspired by Mother Goose.
あの子のお母さんが好きでね。こっち系のはどいつもこいつも尋常じゃない。私たちから見ても勘弁してって言いたくなるわ。
Alice's mother was particularly fond of it, and every single one is bizarre. No mage wants to go up against one of those things.
で、この遊園地を生き返らせたのはこっち系よ。
As it happens, That's exactly what brought the park back to
多
life.
分フラットスナークってやつだと思う。私も聞き流していたから詳しくはわからないけど。
I'm pretty sure it's the one she calls Flat Snark. Well, I wasn't particularly paying attention, so I'm a little hazy on the details. Zuru swallowed the discomfort making its way up his throat. He really wanted her to explain things a little less vaguely, but something she had just said necessitated further investigation.
待て青崎、あの子の話を聞き流したってなんで？
Wait a second, Aozaki. You mean to tell me you weren't paying attention?
いや、説明してもらったのは随分と前だし、あの頃はアリスの話あんまり信じられなかったのよね。
Well, you know, it was a while back, but she explained it all to me, and I didn't really believe anything she had to say around them. Then
私が素人だと思って大げさに自分の魔術を語ってくれてるな、舐められてるなとか。
I thought that maybe she was just talking up her own magecraft to a newbie, or that she wasn't taking me seriously. In truth, if anyone hadn't taken the lesson seriously, it was Arko. She would learn the lesson firsthand soon enough, when she experienced just how real Alice's monsters were. She also discovered how heretical the Mindstar witches truly were in their world of magecraft.
その聞き流した内容は？
Can you remember anything else about them?
何でも強力な結界を張るプロイだって。
From what I understand, it's a ploy that puts up a powerful bounded field.
アリスが受け継いだプロイは山ほどあるけど、その中でもえりすぐりの一つよ。
Alice inherited a lot of ploys, but this one is her finest.
捨てられたもの、忘れられたものを童話的に蘇らせるやつで、今まで誰も破ったことがないとか。
It takes discarded and forgotten things and resurrects them like what happens in fairy tales. Supposedly. Nobody's ever defeated it.
それでついたあだ名が、触れられぬもの。
Oh, and its nickname is the Untouchable.
フラットスナークじゃないのか？
So it's not Flat Snark or whatever it was?
それもあだ名。とにかく正体がわからないやつばっかりなんで、一つの個体に複数の名前が付けられるの。
That's just a nickname, too. Since nobody knows what its real form is, it picked up a few names along the way.
フラットスナークはその中でも、正体不明さはトップランクのデタラメぶりよ。
One of them is Flat Snark, and it ranks high among her other nonsense in terms of how little is known about them.
あなた、ルイス・キャロルのスナーク狩りって本知ってる？
Have you ever heard of a book, The Hunting of Snark by Lewis Carroll?
いや、そもそもルイス・キャロルというのは。
No, and who is Lewis Carroll?
そっからか。ドジスン教授は、そうね、特殊性癖を持った妄想紳士ってとこ？まあ、こっちは別にどうでもいいか。人によっては時間の無駄だろうし。
Okay then, let's start from the beginning. Professor Dodgson was... he was a delusional gentleman with a particular disposition. Not that it matters right now. It's a waste of time to explain to some people.
今重要なのは、彼が残した著作の方。
What's important is the work he left behind.
スナーク狩りはね、スナークって呼ばれる正体不明の怪物を捕まえようと奔走する冒険家たちの話なの。
The Hunting of a Snark is a book about a band of adventurers who try to capture the unidentified monster known as a Snark.
キャロルらしい、皮肉ばっちり、支離滅裂、意味不明、結末不在の本当に困った本で、一行は島で苦しみつつ、最終的にはスナークを見つけるものの、 見つけたベイカーは唐突に姿を消して終わってしまう。
It's very Carol. Satirical, nonsensical, and cryptic. It doesn't even have really an ending, either. Though the party does ultimately find the Snark on its island, after much hardship, it ends with a protagonist who found it. The baker suddenly disappearing.
よくわからないもの探しに奔走する人間の風刺なんだけど、この遊園地において誰がベイカーで何がスナークかは言うまでもないでしょ。
It's a satire about people who run about busily trying to find something they don't understand. But when it comes to the park here, it's pretty clear who the baker is and who the snark is, right? Arco elected not to share this, but Flat Snark had other popular names as well. The enigmatic island, the five-dimensional plane. These names were not given to it by Alice, but rather muttered by mages, whom the Meisters defeated. Mathematics snark is a term used in grass theory to refer to contradictory and impossible planar graphs. A plane proves to be unable to exist in the world, was given the name apt for an ill-fated existence, paradoxical nature. The fairy tale monster ascribed this name was said to hold no form discoverable by man. Arco also declined to mention something else. Flat Snark was a fairy tale monster that could grow. It would hide somewhere in the amusement park, continuously exhaling magical energy until the park completely transformed into a fantasy land.
ま、脅かしてもしょうがないし。
Well, it's not like there's any point in scaring him.
何か言ったか？
Did you say something, Aozaki?
別に。簡単に言って童話世界の再生がフラットスナークの力なの。
Nope, I was just thinking. Let Snark's power is the ability to bring fairy tales worlds to life.
この遊園地との相性は抜群でしょうね。何しろもともとが童話を元にした遊び場だから。
When you think about it, the park makes for the perfect backdrop. I mean, it was originally a playground based on fairy tales anyway. If this had been a business district, for example, then Snark would have posed far less of a threat. Moses' powers would be limited to projecting the shadow of a dinosaur onto a building's window panels.
お、だからここは安全だって。ん？
Oh, so that's why it's safe. Huh? So Drew realized that something was wrong when he noticed a gluttonous liquid dripping onto his stick. Oh, no. Oh god.
あ、
He looked up to the ceiling. Their eyes met. Before he had a chance to think, the Drew hopped up from the floor.
青崎外だ！
Ozaki, get out now! Taking the initiative, he jumped out from behind the counter.
バカ、何して！
Are you mad? What do you think you're... Trying to stop him from committing an act of suicide, she also came to her feet. Immediately, she noticed something coming to life overhead.
やばっ！
What the... Oh crap! Oh my god. Was close. The gargantuan mouth collapsed shut. With no mascot to speak of, the burger joint itself began to transform into one giant monster.
もうなんで天井にピエロの絵なんて描いてんのよあの店。
Who the hell paints a giant clown on the ceiling?
普通もっと違うところに労力割かない？そんなにピエロが好きなら入り口にでも飾っとけ。
Shouldn't they have flex their creative muscles somewhere else? If they like clowns that much, why didn't they put it at the entrance? Arko aired out her grievances as she ran. There was no safe haven left. Moment by moment, the last remnants of civilization were beginning to erode away by fairy tales. Big boys are coming. The amusement park had reached the final stage of snarkification. It was not just the mascot characters that had been granted life. Like the burger joint, even the buildings had begun to transform. The roller coasters that made its way about the park writhed and twisted like a Chinese dragon. Naoko and Sojuro stared dumbfounded by the Ferris wheel, which had grown over 250 feet in height. Hordes of breadmen closed in on them, as if to offer tickets.
この列整理は間に合ってるっての。
Telling you the line is under control. Mobs of trinkets, actual Kingshaw, rampage the park. Over a hole was punched into an envelopment, which was instantly filled. It was a battle of attrition, with no end in sight. But that was a matter of course, as there were few fairy tales about limited resources.
なんかどうしようもないぞ。こいつら増える一方だ。
It's hopeless, they keep coming.
スナーク本体を探して。
Look for the snacks, reform.
童話の怪物には本体に当たる器物があるの。それさえ壊せば遊園地から出られるはず。
Fairy tale monster has always some vessel or its body. If we can just destroy that, we should be able to get out of here.
本体ってどんな？
Body? What kind of body?
さっき言ったでしょ。童話の怪物は現実にないものだって。今までいなかったおかしなやつとか現実じゃありえないもの、それが本体。
Sir, I already told you. Fairy tale monsters can't exist in reality. Anything weird or impossible you have never seen before. That's going to be it.
おかしなやつって例えば？
Something weird or impossible? Need an example.
だから
Do I have to spell it out for you?
命のある人形とか空飛ぶゴーカートとか。
Living puppets, flying go-karts. Aoko paused, her fingers firing for a moment. After saying this out loud, she realized just how deep their grave was dug. The amusement park was a treasure trove of fairy tales as creatures or on any given day. Who could say that was impossible amidst the newly transfigured knickknacks running around?
そっか。おかしくないやつなんて一つもないんだ。
Everything here is weird.
この中に紛れ込んでる。
So it's hiding in plain sight. Hoping that she was wrong, Aoko bit her bottom lip. Flat snark was a type of ploy that deployed bounded fields. seeing as it was commanding its so many familiars, it would not be usual for its main body to have little or even no defense. Furthermore, it was modeled from a story about it being untouchable and unidentifiable. It would be logical to assume that it would collapse in one itself shortly after being discovered.
逆に言えば、見つければ私たちの勝ち。
Which means we find it, we win.
そんな脆いやつが雑魚に紛れ込む。木の葉を隠すなら森の中って言うけど。
But something is so fragile really hide among its minions? They do say that, that the best place to hide a leaf is in the woods. It was closer to the truth than Arco realized. As long as there was the slightest possibility of it being hit by one of Arco's stray bullets, it would not dare appear in front of him. Its true form was orchestrating the park from somewhere safe.
でも、どこかに見えているはず。
Is it the Ferris wheel on top there or what? I'm sure we've seen it already.
スナークは本の主題だもの。常にページのどこかにいないと主人公の資格がない。
It's the subject of a book named after it. If it's not standing out on every page, it was not a right to be the title character. But where? Very simple. The Ferris wheel was the safest location in the park, as well as a symbol of its past glory, perhaps.
あの子を捕まえるのは
What if we just try to catch her instead? My eyes opened wide at the sudden suggestion. Arco had been trying to come up with a plan to overcome this stalemate. It seemed Tsururu had been racking his brain as well. His proposal was a simple one. If I could not find the snark, we just need to take out the Master Alice. It's Master Alice. Alice had not moved at all from the clock tower. Even from here, they could make out a figure, draped in the moonlight.
それは一番ダメ。
It's the worst move we could make.
アリスを殺してもフラットスナークは止まらないし、このトンデモが外に溢れ出すことになる。
Even if we killed her, it wouldn't stop the snark. And all of its absurdity would boil over outside the park.
だいたい私じゃあの子を殺せないから。よくて半殺しがいいところ。
Not to mention, I can't even kill her. In the first place, at best, I could only get halfway there. Bradman agreed, angered by the insult heard towards its master, moved to attack, and was mercilessly burned to a crisp. The two stood back to back, catching their breath. No plan to speak, and no road to escape. They had reached rock bottom. Meanwhile, the oddities were forming a circle around their prey, as if they smelled blood in the water. Were they were they to be dragged into the bakery from the oven, minced in the meat grinder by the butcher shop, skewered and papered around the top of the parasol? Walked the plank of a horny pirate ship? After 2 years of slumber, they were eager to welcome their new guest.
一応聞いておきたいんだけど
There's something I need to ask you, Azaki.
何？手短にね。今考え事してるから。
What is it? Keep it snappy. I'm thinking here.
ああ、あの連中が何をしたいか嫌っていうほど伝わってくるんだけどそれってあの子の趣味なのかな
Okay, it's painfully clear that these things want to do what these things want to do to us. What about her? Does she enjoy this?
その疑問はなかったわ。
I doubt it.
連中の人間嫌いは遊園地の怨念とフラットスナークの性格じゃない？基本的にまともなやついないから、アリスの使い魔って。
He thinks hatred of humans comes from a deep-seated grudge with the park itself, and maybe even Flat Snark's personality too. Alice's familiars are one big family of freaks.
あ、でも。
For now that you mention it, Arco was unable to deny that there were some similarities.
それは結構。それで青崎の考え事って？止める方法考えついたのか？
Good to know. So, did you come up with anything, Aozaki? How do we stop them?
期待させて悪いけどお手上げ。ま、あんたが殺されれば止まるでしょうけど。
Sorry to get your hopes up, but I'm out of ideas. Oh, but I bet they'd stop if you drop dead.
それは嫌だ。とりあえず逃げよう。
Oh, thank you. Let's just get out of here.
え、しずきくん？
Wait, Suzuki? She blinked in surprise at the sudden turn of events. Jiro had until now been meekly following her lead. Hand grabbed Aoko's hand and pulled her with him into an head-on charge at the swarm of bread, in an attempt to break out of her encirclement.
意味わかんなすぎ。
You're out of mind?
なんで今の流れでそうなるのよ、あんたは。
How on earth did you figure this is what to do next? Aoko nonetheless followed Tsuru's uncharacteristically gung-ho lead, cursing him all the while. Alone he had no chance of breaking through the surrounding wall of enemies with brute force. Aoko regained her bearings and let fly a spray of magic bullets ahead of Sujuru. Burst through the net and ran as heard they cloud. As hard as I could. I'm getting really unconcentrated and inconsistent. At this point, all that was left to do was they had planned from the outset, get out of the park. But not before addressing what needs to be addressed.
なんでよ、さっきはあんなに諦めよかったのに。
Where the hell did you come from? Did that come from? Hadn't you already given up back at the House of Mirrors? Aoko could not begin to comprehend Sojuro's reaction.
ミラーハウスの時と今は違うだろ。いいから走れ。
That was then and this is now. Just run.
違わないわよ。あんたを殺そうとした私も、あんたを殺したいアリスも、理由も結果も同じよ、私たち。
What are you talking about? Alice wants to kill you for the exact same reason I did. This won't play out any differently. Well, she wondered what was getting her so worked up. Aoko did not stop. She told herself that the degree of Sojuro's stupidity charging the Bratman so recklessly had caused her to lose her cool.
あのね、一緒に逃げてるぐらいで勘違いしないでくれる？言っとくけど私、明日になったらまたあんたを殺しに行くから。死にたくないってんなら、ここで私からも逃げ出したら？
Hey, don't get the wrong idea. I'm gonna try to kill you again tomorrow. I really do it. So if you don't want to die, you should be trying to escape me too, got it?
それはまた今度の話だろう。だいたい青崎に殺されるのならいいけど、あの子に殺されるのは嫌だ。
Then let's talk about that tomorrow. I don't really care if you kill me. But just don't do... but just do what... but just don't want to be killed by that girl.
だからなんで？
Like I said, why the hell not?
だって顔も知らない。話したことさえない相手だ。
I don't even know what she looks like. Nor have I ever spoken to her.
Huh?
Never spoken to her. It was like some had Someone had doused the water over her blazing fury. Aoko's anger was snuffled out by the abrupt simplicity of his reasoning.
顔も知らないって。
So you don't know what she looks like? Wouldn't it be that Tsuru did not mind getting killed by someone as long as he hadn't met them? Aoko grimaced as she follows him. So, I'm gonna save you. Please a little bookmark. And I will continue this later, reading this. For you it will be just a millisecond of me seeing you again. So, see you in a second. Bye bye, maybe take a break too. Oh. Flat Snark. Savior of the discarded. It was a vile, vulgar fairy tale monster who provided those abandoned by fate with a glimmer of hope before snatching it away. Alice had it under her control, but she was still keen to keep the snark from her expressing its bad habits. After completing a lap around the park that had now reached the size of an entire town, the Robin made its situation report.
そう。外を目指しているの。
So, they're trying to get out. It seemed Aoko was prioritizing the safety of the boy. Even if it resulted in wasting an entire day, choosing not to capitulate on a decision that was very much like her.
青子のことだから、時計台ごと私を焼き払いに来るかと思ったけど。
That's too bad. I was sure Aoko would attempt to burn down the clock tower, and me with it. The bluebird cheeped in response. Was it denying its master's portrait of Aoko? Or agreeing that it was Aoko's style to do exactly that? An outsider might interpret its interjections either way.
退屈？
Does this bore you? The robin jumped at being addressed so unexpectedly. It chirped and flapped its wings, like a flustered servant, frantic to say otherwise.
珍しく気があったわね。
It's rappers to get along so well.
いいわ。せっかくのゲームだし、もう少しだけ盛り上げましょう。
Okay then. If it's a game she wants, a game she'll get. Let's liven up things up a bit, shall we? Calmly, she pulled out a small object from her pocket. It was a dark, grey Easter egg, and emanating from inside it was the ticking of a clock. Robin knew it to be Holy Kickshaw with a bad attitude far exceeding flat sharks, known to be among the best in one-on-one situations.
いってらっしゃい。称える時間は20分に設定したわ。
Oh, I've set the extolling time for 20 minutes.
いつも通り、控えめに壊れてきて。
Break in that subtle way of yours. And together with a witch's breath, the egg filled with praise disappeared. Suddenly a strong wind swept through the park. The words, I could have killed them all by myself, floated through the air. It was a disappointment of something enormous that was visible to all yet overlooked. Aoko and Sojiro continued their dash towards the boundary separating the park from outside. Curio horde that stood in their way had reduced in number. The iron fence that separated the two from the outside world was just over 300 yards away. Fortunately, there was no particularly large buildings barring their path. If a Ferris wheel had stood in their way, that would have spelled the end, but thankfully it had yet to reach its full strength. The only thing that appeared before them were weak oddities that could easily be handled by Aoko's simple magecraft.
これならなんとか。
At this rate, we might just might. She would have said, make it to the fence if only her lungs would allow it. Since Aoko was utilizing the ample mana filling the park, her tank of magical energy was nearly full. Moreover, the condition of her body's circuits was steadily improving, to the extent that she would be able to unleash at least one all-out onslaught. Until something unusual was hovering above her field of vision. It was locked onto Sojuro, hovering 10 feet above him, over to one side.
しずきくん、ちょっと。
ああ、さっきからついてきてる。
What's that thing? It's been on us for a while. Sojuro had seemingly noticed it before Aoko, hence his previous awkward glance towards the sky. In truth, it would have been strange for him not to notice, as the thing was practically glued to him. In terms of its size, the floating object measured about 3 feet in diameter. Tiles covered its exterior, about which a multitude of spinning lights dance about.
卵かな。
Is it an egg? Sojuro asked, not really sure what to call it.
卵？卵って言ったら割れる卵。
An egg? If it's an egg, then it means it's crack. The bullets bounced off like it was made of rubber. The trait, the ability to deflect all outside interference, confirmed to Aoko that this thing was undoubtedly a polykichua.
やっぱり外からのルールじゃ壊れないか。
Knew it. I can't break its rules just from outside.
しずきくん、あれから絶対に目をそらさないで。
Suzuki, don't take your eyes off it for even a second.
いい。何があっても見続けること。視界の隅に入れとくだけでいいから。
No matter what happens, keep your eyes locked on it, even if it's just in the corner of your vision.
ああ。
Okay. Aoko picked up her pace as she barked orders. The Eggman, who sat on the wall. He would crack, just as the tale spoke of. Nothing anyone could do or say would cause him to fall, but the moment they stopped looking, he would tumble down and break into pieces.
いわく、王様の軍隊でも元に戻せない数の破片。
All the king's sources and all the king's men could put it back together again, or so it said. It was a Mother Goose poem, Humpty Dumpty. If Sojuro was its target, then the moment he averted his gaze, it would tumble and explode.
まあ、爆発するかどうかは知らないけど。
Except from the exploding part, who knows what will happen when it falls? Either way, it was going to scatter something troublesome when it fell. Its oval shape, the keyhole adorning the front, and writing inscribed upon it, they all made her anxious. If it was an egg, that meant it was going to hatch at some point. Even if he continued to stare, Once the time came for whatever was inside to come out, they would have even less ability to converse their energy.
青崎、早すぎないか。
Aozaki, slow down, would you?
あまり全力で走ると。
If you use up all your energy now, you'll
後のことは考えないで。
forget about what comes next.
いいからしずきくんは卵だけに集中して。
Just focus on watching that egg. At this crucial juncture, Bradman stepped out to join the egg and block their path.
邪魔！
Out of the way. The Bradmen were marching forth in a grand battalion. At her level of firepower, Aoko would have easily mowed them down, however.
肩焼きかこの。
These hard crusts. Take this! If Snap failed to do the job, that meant it was time for a crust to use. Draw. Formula triggered bullet. Encased in a full wind jacket. Wind jacket. The previous shots were the equivalent of a machine gun volley, and this was an artillery shot. Bart crossbred that had absorbed her snap, without a dent, scattered into thousands of tiny pieces at her draw's torrent. Of course, the destruction did not end with just the Bradman. What had once been a brick road was now thoroughly stripped of its pavement. The nearby stalls had been warped into twisted steel skeletons. It was a spectacle that made Sojiro question what the greater obstacle to their escape was: the war of Bradman or Aoko's ability to lay waste to things? Wait, did he stop looking at the egg?
ちょっとなんで距離取るのよそこ。そばにいないと危ないじゃない。
Hey, don't wander off. It's dangerous if you don't stick close to me.
ほらもっとこっち。
Come on, get closer.
言っとくけどあんたがあいつらに囲まれちゃったらアウトよ。私人質とか意味ないタイプだし、そもそも区別して撃つとかそういうのできないし。
We're out of strikes, you know. If they surround you, you're a goner. You should know hostages don't mean squat to me. And it's not like I can pick out my targets precisely anyway. This made a lot of sense to Sojiro. He had not fully appreciated the part about hostages, but he got the gist of it.
つまり、今はどこであろうと危険なのか。
So, basically, I'm in danger no matter where I stand.
あんたね。
Offended though, she was by his by his naive response. She could not help but to be impressed. Sojiro was a straight arrow through and through. His eyes stayed firmly focused on the egg overhead, even amidst the chaos of a melee unfolding before him.
その分なら安心か。
I don't know why I worried.
物分かりは悪いけど、一度言われたことはきっちり守るあたり、あなたのいいところよね。
You may not be the sharpest tool, but you sure are good at following orders.
そんなことより青崎、俺の気のせいならいいんだけど、さっきのパン、硬くなかったか？
One thing, Aozaki. I mean, am I imagining it, or was Bradman seem tougher than before?
まあね、あいつら少しずつ強くなってきてるわ。
No, you weren't imagining that. They're getting stronger.
大量生産が軌道に乗ったんで、今度はクオリティアップをテーマにしたのかも。
They must have nailed down their mass production process, so we have turned their attention to upping the quality.
しずきくんでもお察しの通り、 ここからは手強くなっていく一方よ。あのパンたちでさえ個体差が出てきたみたいだし。
As you figured out already, we are just going to get tougher as we go. It seems we have even it seems like even those bad guys have started to develop individually.
考えたくないけど、そのうちジャム塗ったりレタス乗っけたり、果ては合体したりして。
I hate to think about it, but they might start spreading themselves with jelly, or wearing other fillings and merging with one another. Making a big red soldier or what? Well, she was joking, her eyes were dead serious. Sojiro shuddered at the thought of the situation growing even more dire.
じゃあそのうちミラーハウスの人形ぐらいに怖くなるのか、あいつら。
So, you're saying that those guys are going to become as terrifying as the puppet from the House of Mirrors soon?
間違いなくね。そこまでレアなパンになったら、私も自分だけで手一杯になる。ところでしずきくん、ああいうのと喧嘩できる？
Oh, you can count on it. And I have my hands full with bread that rare. Say, Suzuki, think you can handle yourself against one of those? Toshiro shook his head, a look of complete evasion upon his face. Aversion.
でしょ？なら急ぎましょう。いろいろ余裕ないんだから。
I didn't think so. So let's get moving. We can't afford to hang around here. Aoko took a quick, deep breath, then began her sprint once again. Far in the distance, through the fog, the iron fence waited, 300 paces away. As long as nothing happened, they would make it there in one piece. Tajiro followed after Aoko, holding on to that all too convenient hope. But hope was something even ever fleeting. In fact, it lasted not even 300 yards. The edge of the amusement park wall park may well have been the edge of the world. Oh, dozens of undulating horizons could be seen, crowding the sky like a giant cloud or a thick curtain, or perhaps yawning lips. It was the end of a road, the outer limit of her outrageous and fantastical realm. And yet, Aoko found it to be much like the last page of an enormous picture book. The sight turned her mind blank. Well, this is about as bad as it gets, she thought. The Snark, this island of despair, had at last brought Aoko to her knees. As she started to at the swelling border, she stared at the swelling border. The park indeed had an end. Even now, as Aoko and Sojiro had expected a fence dividing the amusement park from the residential area neighboring it. It had both doubled in height and been made sturdier another hurdle, as she had foreseen before, even laying her eyes on it. Expecting it to have been snarkified, Aoko had come to prepare to demolish an obstacle or two. But this? This construction before what went far beyond a mere wall. It was an ocean that separated the underworld from the mortal one. The iron fence was like a restless surging sea. One or two walls could easily be toppled. Even 10 or 20 could be dealt with one way or another. Between the power left in her body and that which filled the park, putting on a brave front was within her power. She could fully mobilize her circuits and her crests to the point of burnout in a last-ditch effort, like some reenactment of a parting of a Red Sea.
でもそれで終わり。
Then that would be it. Even if a path could be opened, she would not have the energy left to walk it. And it was obvious what would become of her afterward. The residents would hardly forgive her for wreaking such havoc around their park. Like ants drawn to honey, they would swarm the helpless girl and tear her to pieces. Despondent and exhausted, she felt the faint sting of remorse. Escaping the park, looking back on how they had gotten here, Aoko recognized that her choice had been her undoing. Under the golden full moon, beams of steel bent and merged like wire frame sculptures. It was only a matter of time before the amusement park itself became one colossal monster. The horde of familiars gathered in the plaza, where Alice was, had formed an impenetrable blockade around her. Just above her head, the boy beside her, the whispering egg called, scratched Dumpty, continued to shuffle what appeared to on its surface.
青崎。
しずきくん。
The boy's voice snapped Aoko out of her trance. If only for a moment, the stark reality of the situation quickly dawned on the novice mage. The sheer hopelessness of it all, as it ripped out and snatched away any will she had to resist.
ゲートに行こう。ここはどうしようもないけど、入り口ならもうちょっとマシだろ。
Let's head for the gate. It's hopeless here, but we might have a chance at the entrance.
フラットスナークだっけ？こいつにもルールがあるって言ったじゃないか。
The flat snark thing, you said, it has its own set of rules to follow, right?
なら、これは役割の問題だ。初めから鉄柵は通れない壁だけど、ゲートなら出入り口として機能しているかもしれない。
But we need to think about the basics. The fence would have been impassable from the start, but the gate might still work as an entrance and exit. Sajuro had not given in to panic. Aoko found herself honestly admiring Sojuro's ability to analyze Snark's characteristics, given the circumstances. Now calm, she steeled her resolve.
そうね。確かに門はあると思う。
You're right. The gate is a good option.
けど、たどり着くのは難しいわ。一番弱かった焼きたてパンですら、今はもうあれだもの。
But just getting there will be a challenge. Even the weakest enemies, those loaves are becoming hard to deal with.
広場や入り口には、もっと上等なのがたむろしてるだろうし、門だって、あの観覧車以上の怪物かもしれない。確か、大きなキッツィちゃんだったでしょ、正門って。
As the best of her familiars are just going to keep gathering at the plaza and the entrance. I mean, the gate itself might be a monster even worse than the Ferris wheel. It's designed to look like a giant kitsy.
青崎はゲートには行かないのか。
So you're not going to the front gate?
まあね。それよりこっちの方が現実的だし。
Nah, we'll have a better chance over here. Aoko took another glance at the undulating iron fences. It was too late to achieve their goal of making it out alive. In that case, she decided to prioritize the other promise she had made.
今からこの鉄柵を壊すから、あなたはそこから外に出て。
I'm gonna go ahead and break down the fences here. You have to escape once you see an opening.
それで私の役割はおしまいよ。
Then my job will be done. Her words were few. Though her words were few, her tone told the whole story. She was telling him to escape by himself.
信じられない。
It's not possible.
こんなの青崎だけじゃ壊せないだろ。
You can't destroy them by yourself, Aozaki.
私だけならね。でも今はこの遊園地が味方してる。燃料がこれだけあるんだから、私は重心になるだけでいいんだし。一発でかいのお見舞いしてやるわ。
If I were by myself, you'd be right. But right now, the park is actually helping me. With this much fuel, all I need to do is aim and pull the trigger. One good blast should be enough.
それでも一回が限度だから、穴を開けたらあんたには全力で走り抜けてもらうしかないけど。
That said, I only will be able to do it once. So, as soon as I open a hole, I need you to run like your life depends on it. She would carve a path through this iron sea of fences, gambling on a final effort, a great incantation to launch the biggest projectile she could manage. As an outsider, Sojiro could not even begin to imagine just how much of a burden this would be for her. All he could imagine was a hazy vision of Aoko being left behind in this park. What would happen to her? Would that girl in black come to save her? Cruel as it was to imagine, he knew she would not. After Aoko had exhausted her very best in order to save him, that girl would not stay her hand. The only way Alice would let Aoko off the hook was if Aoko killed Sojiro as payment. And so,
20メートルぐらい離れてて。
get back about 50 feet.
準備に手間取るけど、その卵の表面が茹で上がるまでには終わらせるから。
It'll take time to cast, but I'll make sure to finish this before that egg gets hard boiled. It went without saying that this was the only path.
待ってくれ。俺を逃がすって言うけど、それに意味はあるのか、青崎。
Wait, I want to know. Is there even a point in letting me go?
ないけど、外に出られたところでアリスから逃げ切れるとは思えないし。
None. Even once you get out of here, there's no way you will be able to escape Alice forever.
けど、これぐらいは最後の意地よ。守るって言ったんだから、できるところまでやらないと。
But I'm stubborn. To the very end. I said I'd protect you, so I'm damn well going to do my best to keep you alive. Surprised by her seemingly moral stance, Sojiro saw Aoko in a new light. But of course. Sojiro realized that she was not fighting for her sake, but for the sake of her pride.
うん、そうだったな。
Right, I guess you did say that.
けど、それなら俺だけ逃がすのはらしくないぞ。
But it's not like you to let me go by myself.
何よ、いいから離れてて。
Oh, give me a break. Just move already. Aoko eased off just a bit. She recalled how an hour ago he had gotten the better of her.
青崎、まだ意地を張れるんなら他のことをやろう。
Aozaki, if you're still willing to fight, then let's do this some other way.
このお化けみたいな鉄柵を壊せるなら他に壊すべきものがあるはずだ。
If you can destroy that monster or fence, then let's put your power to better use.
ないわよ。悪いけど、私は目に見えるものしか壊せないの。最後まで形のない希望にすがるとか、考えるのも寒気がする。
There isn't anything else I can do, sorry. But all I can do is destroy what I can see. Dying for some forlorn hope isn't how I want to go out.
いい？今はフラットスナークなんかより、 この壁を壊してあんたを足抜けさせるのが私の現実。私に負える最大限の責任って。
Don't you get it? The fact is, blowing this thing up to let you slip out is all I can manage. I can't beat Flat Snark or anything else. It's the least I can do after.
逃げるのか？
So you're going to run from this responsibility too? Aoko was just about to turn her back on him, and Sojuru clutched her hand. His words caused something inside of her to boil with rage. It was as though someone had set her heart on fire. The surprise that picked open her true feelings and the disappointment she felt towards herself awed her frozen limbs.
誰が逃げるのはそっちで、逃がしてあげるのはこっちだって言うのよ。甘く見ないで。いざとなったら遊園地ごと爆破してみせるわ。
Why you? Don't get it backward. I'm the one letting you escape, not the other way around. I blow the whole damn park if I feel like it. Just you watch.
そうか。なら、ここで俺を逃がすのは無駄だな。
Okay. In that case, it'd be a waste to help me escape right now.
その気迫は本命のために取っておこう。それまでは俺も手伝うから。
Save that move for when you really mean it. I'll give you a hand until then.
は？手伝う？それこそ無駄な気遣いよ。
You help me? Talk about a waste of time.
頭きた。いいから逃げろバカ。だいたい走り詰めで息も絶え絶えなやつなんか使えないわよ。
Now you're really pissing me off. Just get out of here, you dimwit. What use do I have for one dunce whose special power is running himself ragged?
そりゃいい加減ヘトヘトだけど。
I may be pretty exhausted.
そういう青崎なんか、疲れ以上に傷の方が傷んでるだろ。
But you're in worse shape, Aozaki. Just look at yourself. You're tired and injured. Not to mention the injury to her back that Aoko had nearly forgotten about. Even now, she couldn't ignore the pain that the automaton had inflicted on her spine. With iron will, she'd managed to push it out of her mind mostly.
ほら、魔術とか抜きにすれば、まだ俺の方がマシじゃないか。入り口までおぶっていくことぐらいなら、なんとか。
Even without any of that magecraft stuff, I'm still in better shape than you are. I could probably even carry you all the way to the entrance if I needed to.
できないことは口にしないで。
Don't make promises you can't keep.
もういいから言って。慣れているもの、私は。でもあなたは違う。こういうの初めてでしょ。
Just go. I'm used to this. And you're not. This is your first time facing those sort of things, right?
だからいいの。
So, it's okay. The fact that they were a team. The fact that she would still have to kill him after all of this. None of the irony was lost on her as she said these words. It didn't matter anymore. Still, Sojuro didn't let go of her hand. He gripped it even harder. His expression was the same as ever. Aoko frowned, trying to figure out if he was upset with her.
確かに、こういうのは初めてだ。
You're right. This is my first time with this sort of thing.
けど、山じゃ危険な目ぐらい合ってる。鹿に襲われたことだってあるんだぞ、俺は。
But I've experienced my own fair share of danger. In the mountains. I've been attacked by a deer, you know. Okay. As a city girl, she had no idea what it meant to be attacked by a deer. But his determination was apparent enough. True. Looking back on it now, he had maintained his composure through it all. A normal person would barely be able to talk, or through such panic. Perhaps growing up in deep in the mountains, far from civilization, had taught him how to stay calm in the face of so much.
だから信じてくれ。少しでいいから。
So trust me, just a little. He spoke his plain, unadulterated feelings and released his hand. There was no lie in him. In fact, he was too honest, so much that she found it hard to believe him. Sojiro had no reason to go that far. As it stood, Aoko had no future. After confessing this and telling him to escape, why did this boy still offer to help a person like her?
わからない。どうしてそこまでするの？
I don't understand. Why do all this?
私に付き合えばあなたは死ぬのよ。
You're going to die if you stay with me.
これが最後だからちゃんと考えてよね。あなたはここで逃げるべきよ。
This is it. This is your last chance. Think it through. You should be running.
それはわかるよ。でも行かない。
I know, but I'm not going anywhere. Sojiro answered immediately, realizing that Aoko was looking for his reason. This level of insight in Sojiro demanded a round of applause.
そうすると、青崎が死んでしまいそうだ。
If I do, you will die, Aozaki. His words were irrational as always.
だからどうしてそこまでするのよあんたは。
But why? Why do it? Why go so far for me? She was yelling out of frustration. After thinking for a moment, Sojiro replied,
そりゃ、君が好きだからだろ。
Yes, it's because I like you. Oh. A confession. Is it love or just a plain like you from him? The mountain boy. Dance. Simple and to the point. His face seemed to ask why she would even question him so. There was a pause, no more than 2 seconds. The surprise attack had stopped Aoko in her tracks. Alice was not the only one who had an ace up her sleeve. That line reached deeper, even than Flat Snark could ever hope to. All Aoko could respond with was an expression of pure shock. It was a simple, stubborn reason, the strongest kind on earth. Sojiro Shizuki was indeed incomprehensible. To be able to work unconditionally with someone who was trying to kill him. But she felt as though she'd finally grasped a sliver of his true nature. Tobimaru and the others' assessment of him was correct. As vexing as it was to her to admit.
バカね。私はあなたのこと嫌いなのに。
Even though I can't stand you, you sure did, you know? He laughed at her sour grumbling. At this point he was used to her insults. The clash of wills ended here. Aoko's blood ran hot from her blazing heart. If he was going to make a face like that, all she could do was try to think of a way to get them both home.
私だって逃げっぱなしは性に合わないし。
Running away isn't really my thing anyway.
いいわよ。最後まで粘ってみる。それにしずきくんが付き合ってくれるなら、何かの役には立つでしょ。
Fine. Stick it out to the end. And if you're going to stay with me, Shizuki, I'm sure we can find some way for you to help. Though her tone had lightened, there was still hesitation in her eyes. It was only natural. Aoko had not even a clue as how to begin to fight the Snark. If only she had just been a bit more skilled, or trained just a bit more, there might have been some way to look for it.
我ながら情けない。せめて正体を暴く手がかりでもあればいいんだけど。
I'm better than this. If I only had a way to peel back its true form. Unconsciously, she let her apprehension show. Sniveling was pointless. She would just have to figure it out by herself, but...
ん？なんだ？正体さえ分かればいいのか？
What's it all we need to figure out?
え？
Aoko gave him a look as if to ask what that was supposed to mean.
いや、だからおかしなものはどれかってことだろ？
I mean, you asked me to look for something weird, right? Tsujuru also made a face that suggested he should have brought it up sooner.
わかるのあんた。
Wait, you know what it is?
多分。いや、結構前から気になっていたんだけど。
I think so. Well, I've been wondering about it for a while, actually. Tsujuru whispered in her ear quietly, so as not to be overheard.
あ、
It was certainly unexpected, but then again, equally obvious. After he explained the mistake, she knew she knew right away that he was correct. At last she had an inkling of Fletsnark's original form, namely they strategized for 10 minutes. After deliberating the Snark's true form and figuring out a plan of attack, the two exchanged nods in acceptance of their roles.
それじゃあここからは別行動ね。
We'll be splitting up now.
でもミラーハウスの時みたいなのは勘弁してよ。この作戦の肝はあなたなんだから。開始1分でドジったら本当に打つ手なしだからね。
Just don't make a repeat of a blunder in the House of Mirrors. You're the crux of this operation. If you bungle the start even a little, there's no coming back from this one. Though she jabbed him for his previous failure as decoy, her voice was bright. Aoko's original vigor had returned to her. It's Tsujuru's discovery of a truth. Meanwhile, Tsujuru was also getting serious on his own way. He took Aoko's warning to heart.
ならいいけど。いい？さっきと立場は反対よ。
Good. But remember that our positions are reversed this time.
失敗したら死ぬのは私じゃなくてそっち。もうフォローに回れないから、できるだけ慎重にね。
If we fail, I'm not the one who's going to die. You are. I won't be there to clean up your mess. So, watch your step.
分かってる。今更ながら、やっぱりさっき逃がしてもらえばよかったと思うぐらい慎重だ。
I know. After all this, I regret not taking your advice earlier. I'll be careful. Tsujuru nodded, telling her to leave it to him. Though he had made it sound like he was holding a grudge, it seemed to him to be the only way of showing her his resolve. Aoko let out a sigh of defeat. Once more, she couldn't figure him out.
ほんと、大バカなんだか大物なんだか。
Seriously, I can't tell if you're a big idiot or a big hero.
でも任せた。期待してるわ、しずきくん。
Whichever one it is, I'm counting on you. Don't let me down. She had wanted to say that she believed in him, but apparently that was too embarrassing for her. Aoko turned away from Sojuru and began to run. He had begun to think that maybe this change of pace was not so bad after all. And so ended the intermission. The young cast members were headed their own lines, their new lines. Whatever happened next? The Night of the Witches had at long last entered its climax.
They
split up? Sure? She was filled with foreboding at the Robin's report. Apparently they had gone in opposite directions. The park's residents had set off after the boy witness, and it would take them mere minutes to capture him. So the bear said.
どういうこと？追いかけているのは本当に彼？青子が変装しているのではなく。
Do you mean? Is it actually him they're following? Not Aoko in disguise? The robin flapped its wings, chirping away any doubt. It had seen them with its own two eyes. Aoko was heading for the plaza, but the cocky brat was making a run for the roller coaster.
青子が彼を見捨てたですって？
Are you saying that Aoko abandoned him?
そんな簡単なことならいいけど。
Sounds a little good.
ダンプティは彼に張り付いているの？
It sounds a little too good to be true. Is Dumpty still on his trail? The robin nodded enthusiastically. It didn't know about the other birds, but with its superior night vision, it had seen that sucker clearly because he had moved to a high point.
ダンプティはなんて？
And Dumpty?
最後まで歌わせろ。こんな褒め殺したい間抜けはまたとない。ですって。
He said to let him sing to the very end, but he may never get the chance again to do so. For a fool this S9? Scratch Dumpty was a ticking time bomb that would drop and detonate the moment the target averted his gaze. That is, as long as target continued to observe him. In a way, he was gentlemanly holy kickshaw, or Alice wished he would forgo such niceties when in battle.
そうね。視線を切らないだけではダンプティからは逃げられない。表面の詩が完成すれば扉が開く。
Let him have his fun. Keeping an eye on Dumpty won't save the boy, anyway. Once the poem on his surface is complete, the door will open.
彼がどこまで逃げようと、あと少しでダンプティが閉まってくれるわ。
No matter how far he runs, Dumpty will end him for sure. Until the park, or rather the snark, was destroyed, Sojuro would not be able to escape. Which meant the larger concern was Aoko. Aoko had promised to protect the boy, which begged the question, where was she running to?
ここにいる限り、青子の動向はつかめない。
As long as we stay here, we can't track Aoko. They just looked out over the park, ignoring the robin's attempt to get her attention with its plumage. Flatsnark had nearly reached its full size. It was a different breed of beast compared to her other cheap ploys. To her, it was one of the three most irreplaceable and precious familiars.
そうね。任せたわスナーク。青子が諦めない以上、あなたも手は抜かないで。
Yes, she's all yours, Snark. Do not hold back. until Aoko is brought to her knees. Alice remained where she was, with the same historical merit as the troll under the bridge, and the poison-clawed reptile. Bletsnark was one of Alice's ultimate ploys. She was placing her trust in its reputation and ability.
でも忘れないで。これはゲームよ。
Don't forget, this is a game.
勝敗がついたのなら、私のところに帰ってきて。
When the contest is over, return to me. The drifting fog ignored its master's words. It was the one thing that Alice had misheard. Bletsnark was a king, even among the other ploys, of terrible, vulgar antics. Death to the defeated, gruesome tragedy to the vanquished. It found no pleasure unless it brought about a dramatic ruination of life and wealth. The fog billowed, like wicked laughter. After all, only a king had the right to decide the fate of the vanquished, and the Snark's greed could not be contained. Thus, it hadn't even the slightest intent to play fair, despite its master's orders. Over 100 feet high. One careful step at a time, the figure made its way gingerly up the track, stretched into the heart of the amusement park. He stayed his beating chest and the pounding of his breath. Even tiny movements were an obstacle to his progress. Amazingly, the one making this pale-faced advance higher and higher was Sojuro Tsuzuki. Far below, he saw that a horde of bread creatures had congregated by the roller coaster's platform. As they bustled this way, and that their numbers continued to increase by the minute, seemingly cheering on Sojuro with raised arms as he made his ascent. Or rather, they jeered as if beckoning him to calm down.
助かった。あれ、高いところは苦手なんだ。
Well, at least they don't like heights. Of course, neither did Sojuro. But his current state was the lesser of the two evils. The only thing that followed him now was a floating egg. After having a huge sigh, Sojuro bent forward a bit and climbed the track, cling towards the heavens. 150 feet now. If this were a skyscraper, he would be on the 16th floor. A strong gust of wind whipped through his hair. Humans had an instinctual fear of heights. In particular, a place like this would call forth visions of falling towards one's death, would cause a person's knee to tremble against their will. It was an instinct that forewarned death, urging its master to return to the safety of the ground. It was a reasonable reaction. Climbing the roller coaster tracks went beyond funny stories and into the realm of fantasy. The strong winds and change in air pressure were a hindrance. His instinct screamed at him to stop, causing his limbs to go numb, his muscles to go limp, and his mind to race. Even if he had been tied to a lifeline, a mere 15 feet of climbing would still have caused these thoughts to freeze out of sheer terror. And it would only get worse from here. Exceptionally so. Exponentially so. Every foot forward increased the load on both his mind and body by another degree.
よし、頂上まであと少し。
I can do this. Just a little bit more to the top. The burden on his mind, now notwithstanding, he carefully measured the toll on his body with every step. His legs, which had carried him running this far, threatened to buckle. I'm sorry, a little tired again. The moment he let down his guard, this fatigue was likely with Aoko, had stressed that Tsujuro's wall was more dangerous than hers.
待てよ。逆を言うと、疲れてなければなんとかなると思ってたんだよな、青崎は。
Wait, would Aozaki have been so worried if I wasn't tired? Tsujuro laughed as he stared at the floating egg. He reflected on the course of events that had led to this absurd situation. Not even 10 minutes ago they had been engaged in conversation.
じゃあ次ね。正体が分かった以上、あとはどう壊すかを話し合いましょう。
Okay, since we know what form it's taken, we need to talk about how we're going to destroy it. Tsujuro felt a shudder travel down his spine at Aoko's smug grin. In hindsight, Aoko had been more than happy at this point to make him do something absurd.
どう壊すかって、それなら。
How are we going to destroy it? Can't you just... Tsujuro wondered aloud. From what he had seen, Aoko had enough firepower to tear clean through the fences. He'd refrained from speculating about Flat Snug's true form because he'd felt there was nothing they could do about it, even if they knew. But that had changed. For Aoko, the impossible was quite literally within her grasp.
そうでもないわ。私の目算だと、あと50メートル分、ギリギリで届かない。
It won't be that easy. By my estimate, it would I wouldn't get in with 150 feet of that thing. Of a thing. Despair filled Sojiro's eyes. Aoko filled her hand of her long hair. Lifted her hand to her long hair, and with magical charged fingertips clipped a clean tuft off it.
足りない分は努力と根性ってね。
But we can make the difference with some elbow grease.
あなたはできるだけ高いところまで逃げて。頃合いを見て合図を出すから。そうしたらこれを空に放ってくれる？しずきくんの役目はそれだけでいいから。
Get to the highest place you can. You can. When the time is right, I give you a sign. Just toss this into the air, and that's all you need to do. Based on where Aoko pointed her gaze, she did not really mean to leave it up to Sojiro to pick the highest place he could find. She was staring conspicuously at the one of her amusement park's two main attractions, the roller coaster.
つまり、青崎とは別行動をとって、あの怪物たちに追われながら、高いところに逃げ込めと。
So, in other words, you're saying we split up. Then you want me to run away from the monsters chasing me and escape to somewhere high, right?
そういうこと。ほら、あのうねうね動き出してるコースターのレールとかよくない？
Exactly. And hey, wouldn't you know it? The tracks of that winding roller coaster are perfect. There were two demons in this park. Her smile made even Sojiro want to respond that it was far from perfect.
疑いたくはないんだが。
Far be for me to question motives here, but
本当はあの子とグルで俺を遠回しに殺そうとしてるんじゃないか。
you're not secretly working with that girl to kill me, are you?
あら、私に殺されるのならいいんでしょ？
No, no, wasn't it you who said it was okay if I was the one who killed you?
人の出現を悪用するのは良くないと思う。
It's not nice to twist other people's words. Sojuro hung his head. This is not sane. If he did, as she said, he would die from exhaustion before Kitsu even had a chance to eat him.
私だって鬼じゃないわ。ほら、こっち向いて。
I'm not a monster. Hey, look at me.
おまじないかけてあげる。
I cast a charm on you.
うん。
It was the lightest of touches, close enough for her breath and skin to come in contact.
Oh.
Ooh. Saki, he finished with a hushed voice. For one of them, this was a rather mundane magecraft. For the other, it was a head-spinning, intimate ambush.
軽く、弱く、うまく、早く。
The weight of the air, the tremble of one's breast.
チクタクチクタク。急げや急げ。
Light legs behind, where shadows pull ahead. Words that could not be pronounced by a normal larynx. Oh no, carrying a peculiar weight to them, reverberated against his eardrums. If words were given colors, these would have been the color of her name, blue. Sojuro's exhausted body and burning blood gently cooled.
飛ぶ、泳ぐ、駆け抜ける。
A bird in the sky, a fish in the sea, you in the distance.
チクタクチクタク。汽笛を鳴らせ。
Stuffed out, and anxiety in a sack. Begin the journey at dawn.
星はいつでも北の空。どこまでも、いつまでも。
A shining star falls into your heart. I swim, run, tick tock, sound the alarm. The stars always in the north sky, no matter where you go. In reality, it took but a few seconds. But the sudden contact, it felt a little longer.
よし、暗示成功。成功したはず。ここまで手応えがあったの初めてだし。
Mesmerize successful. I think this is the first time I've actually felt it take.
アリスの小言もたまには役に立つじゃない。
I guess all those lectures from Alice paid off. A very merry Aoko stood aside, a very confused Sojuro. After he asked what the heck had occurred, she responded.
簡単な暗示よ。一時的に恐怖心を消しておいたから、高いところに登っても平気なはず。
It's an elementary suggestion. I temporarily erased your sense of fear. So, you should be able to climb up there, no problem.
あの手の作業で一番足を引っ張るのは動揺でしょ？
The biggest thing standing in your way is your nerves, right?
恐怖も何も感じなければ、地上何メートルだろうと平均台とそう変わらないってわけ。
If you don't feel fear, then no matter how high you climb, It's no different from walking a balance beam. He seemed to get it. In actual, it actually all sounds like Greek to Tsujuru, but he accepted it as an explanation for his strange actions. Finally, I made it. He'd arrived at the summit of a track. From nearly 200 feet high, Sojuro had a bird's-eye view of the entire amusement park. He was able to spot Aoko's figure right away. In the plaza, not so far from here, she seemed to be occupied with something conspicuous. Her surrounding lay still. The breadman was still busy trying to figure out how to reach Sojuro by trial and error from the roller coaster's entrance. They were over 300 feet away now.
汗をかくはずだ。こんなに移動したのか。
No wonder I'm drenched in sweat. Look how much ground I've covered. A strong winter gale quickly dried the sweat on his brow. But he was drenched underneath his shirt. This much sweat was worth at least half a mile run, not to mention all the scares he had experienced throughout the night.
でもよかった。あとは合図を待つだけだ。
Okay, now all I have to do is wait for the signal. Felt a wail for the relief. Not as at the thought of Aoko destroying the snag and this nightmarish park. He was simply happy that he could repay a bit of his debt from the House of Mirrors. A blue bullet rose from the plaza where Aoko was located.
合図だ。
That's the signal! Sojuro stood up atop of atop the tracks, pulled out the pouch he had stored in his pocket and tossed it forward. Without any regard of his questionable footing, he gave the mighty overarm pitch. The small pouch drew a parabolic curve in Aoko's direction, quickly becoming united in mid-air. Inside the bag was a lock of her hair and a small stone weight.
高いところから風に乗せてくれれば、あとは何とかするから。
Just throw it with the wind from somewhere high up, and I'll take it from there. Aoko had said, but it was Sojuro's effort that had set the plan in motion. The tuft of hair remained airborne, drifting as if watching over its owner. Sojuro's job was done. He remained concerned about the egg hovering over him, but there was nothing he could do about it. Sojuro breathed a sigh of relief, and leaned forward to watch the rest of the plan unfold. But then, in the corner of his eye, he thought he spotted something familiar approaching Aoko.
Route set.
Connecting to crest.
Direct. 1層、2層、予備に3層。
Direct current crest. First layer, second layer, third layer, reserved.
魔力提供。体現に固定。
Magic energy supply fixed to greater source.
循環よし。射角よし。術式安定。大まかよし。
Low shake. Angle check. Formula stability. Good enough. The pattern began to carve itself into the brick street. The casting of an unprecedented incantation with unprecedented range. Sorry. Keeping the rising tension contained within her chest, the fledgling mage snapped her fingers.
決めた。ツアープラン、スターマイン。
Done. Bullet configuration. Convert launch. Tool plan star mine. She kneeled at the center of the formula and raised her head to the night sky. Not even a glimpse of a transmogrified fantasy land around her entered her vision now. Only one thing. One untouchable thing was reflected in her blue eye.
実はずっと気になっていたことが。
So, this has been on my mind for a while now. This is how their conversation started a few minutes prior. Sojuro began with a simple statement of fact. In truth, it really was the simplest of discrepancies. Any difference between the reality of an hour ago and the illusion of the present was both infinitesimal and infinite.
雲があったから勘違いしたんだろうけど。
I thought maybe I didn't know what I was looking at because of the clouds. It was hiding in plain sight. So impossible to be real. So outlandish to be here. In the amusement park, where every paradigm had shifted, something was bizarrely flaunting enormously.
今夜は新月なんだ、青崎。
Night is supposed to be a new moon, Naozaki. It's a moon? We're gonna destroy the moon?
思えば初めっからその形だったものね、あんたは。
Yeah, come to think of it, that's actually what you started as. The distance from the Earth to the moon was 238,900 miles. If it truly was identical to the actual moon, then this monster indeed lived up to a zero reputation. At a distance that vast, there would have been no need to hide. It could flaunt its true form for all to see. But if it had to hide its true form, that meant it was vulnerable. The monster's camouflage implied that it sat within the reach of human hands.
こっちの最大射程はよくて600ってところだけど。
At best my max range is 650 yards or so. At this point, it was time to give it all she had. Drawing on the energy surging throughout the park, she extended her firing arm. A blue firework launched into the air. Looking up at her hair dancing in the wind above, Aoko reached out her right hand as if to catch the night sky. The mage's own body made the perfect catalyst. And for a female mage, the hair she had grown out over many years made for a particularly valuable and powerful source of fuel. To use it all, she had to do what was apply. To use it, all she had to do was to apply her will. She locked the fingers on both her hands together and shouted.
三層展開、全術式連結起動。
Deploy third layer. All formulae. Commence linked activation. She hurled form, a clear challenge to bind the moon to herself. The mist began to whirl into a vortex. The monster's high above bore its fangs, at the sight of a blue spell that appeared in midair.
見抜かれたですって。
Did she figure it out? By the time Alice had noticed the change, the hostility between Aoko and the Snark was palpable.
そう。なら青子の勝ちよ。すぐに戻りなさい。
Very well. This round goes to Aoko. Return immediately.
確かに雨雲を消したのはヒントの上げすぎだけど、それぐらいは多めに見て。スナーク
Perhaps removing the rain clouds was too obvious of a hint. But I suppose one can't win them, that Snark? The fog continued to thicken, with no sign of abating. The moon that floated in the night sky could not pardon such an insolent mage. As if the lord of the night would bow down to such impudence, there was no staying its wrath at a challenge so flagrant.
スナーク
The robin swallowed, swooped in to give its report, but Alice waved it away. Her gaze was fixed on the transforming golden moon. The cords of restraint did not reach it. This fairy tale monster was beholden to nobody, and it would not have no qualms unleashing its vast might upon its puny prey. The core of her magic bullet howled. The magic circuits within her body spun. Aoko fed them, her magic energy scorching her nerves with imaginary flame. She was linked to the formulae, inscribed on the ground. The spell was read and executed, the same as it always was, but its output was beyond reckoning. With this much firepower, even the mundane process would invite injury upon its caster. It was enough to burn the nerves that were acting as the barrel.
でもいける
I can do this. The imaginary heat had reached a terrifying temperature. Aoko trembled at this endless feeling, but would not have would have to grin and bear it at their least efforts come to naught. Sorry. Aoko could no longer move. When she had learned the Snark's true form from Sojiro, she gave up on any superiority and a movable turret offered, instead opting to become a stationary cannon. That was the only way she could reach it. It was impossible to hunt the Snark unless she anchored her crest at this location and angle. At the same time, this action revealed that she was out of options. Once the fuse was lit, she would have no choice but to fight to the bitter end. Aoko took a deep breath. This was what she wanted. Her preparations were complete. She would not be able to deliver this maelstrom of magic energy directly to the moon, like a rocket payload. She would be able to deliver. The third mid-layer served as the cannon's muzzle and sight. It would fire the magic energy once it reached criticality, and it allowed Aoko to adjust the angle of fire.
キリ
Fuck? The moon became warped within her scope. As Aoko charged her magic energy, displayed its golden form, as if to mock her. Come, worship the heavens, powerless scion of an innocent bloodline. For there it was, a point among the otherworldly sky, a mystical visage, obfuscated by jade, mist, and azure clouds. called the greatest treasure known to the world of magecraft. A rarity more valuable than the entire kingdom crown phantasm. That's it. That's Flat Snark. Set apart from the first, the world's greatest fabrication. Not yet. Just need a little more time. Her instincts screamed at her to delay no further. This fairy tale monster was the greatest of its kind, and it was about to expose its true form. Its open hostility made it clear that it was ready to counterattack.
こっちはもう動けない。逃げを捨てての大栄翔。先に撃たれたらそこで終わりだ。
Not with an incantation this long. If it attacks before me, it's all over. She had not to shoot it down first. Magical energy was at 80%. The formulae was operating normally. All that was left was to pull the trigger, but the calm voice inside her head asked if that was really okay. She had one shot at this, and there was no going back. It was a battle of precision, with no room for miscalculations. Even a tenth of a second or hesitation would tip the scale. Was she ready for the plane? Was she ready to deal with the full fallout if she missed? Could she really even take down the moon with such a tiny bullet in the first place?
いい。とりあえず当たった後で考える。
Enough. Shoot first, ask questions later. Her eyes fixed upon the moon were filled with determination. She knew that the moment she fired, the intense recoil would overwhelm her entire body. Still, she shouted.
上等。出し惜しみはなし。目いっぱいぶん回すわ。
Bring it on. I'm gonna send this thing spinning with all I've got. With every ounce of spirit she possessed, she fired. Ultra long-range projectile into the sky. The third layer embraced the magic bullet fired from the surface of the earth. The crest, an extension of Arco's self, unleashed light to pierce the moon. However, the enormous blue canopy pulverized the beam. It returned the ether, that 3000 degrees flame, to nothing as it came in contact with the bullet. The recoil of a grand magecraft literally boiled her blood. Her body couldn't handle it. Her heart stopped. Her brain went numb from her pain and impact. Her nerves putrefied from end to end. But her magic crest revived them all by force.
氷で防がれた。
Ice? It was blocked by ice? Even though her vision had gone white, she could still see it. Swallowing the blood in her mouth, Aoko looked up with a scowl. There it was. An enormous shield of ice and sneering deformed skull.
撃つのが遅すぎた。それとも早すぎた。盾を作られる前に撃てばよかった。それとも正面からじゃ無謀すぎた。
Did I fire too late? Did I fire too early? Should I have shot before it made that shield? Was I too reckless to shoot it head on?
どっちでもいい。
Who cares?
一層、二層、再起動。急いで。
First layer, second layer, reactivate, hurry! There was no time to think or hesitate. The magic energy throughout the park began to gather. Aoko knelt across from the tyrannical face of the moon. She initiated that the ice had yet to fully form. That snark still hadn't reached its full strength, which was exactly why.
まずいまずいまずいまずい
Damn it, damn it, damn it, damn it! By accelerating the spell, Aoko damaged her own body. The burden of linking the formulae to the snark caused intense pain. All she could do was grit her teeth and endure it. All because...
あの氷私のマックスよりもっと上だ
But ice is tougher than my best shot. Aoko had gotten a read on their relative strengths. Even if its volume of magic energy was identical, Snark's form, its mystic scale, was a different league. Aoko could charge the energy to her absolute limit, and that would barely make the dent in the wall of ice. Meanwhile, there was nothing she could do to prevent her own annihilation, if the Snark gathered as much energy as it could.
ならその前に
And before that happens, she loaded her next shot. She issued orders to the floating third layer. Ignoring the toll on her body, she began to accelerate the first formulae. The roll of her right hand single layer was to absorb and store surrounding magic energy. The thick fog that drifted through the park was an ancient ether spewed out by Flag Snark. That Snark's own body, but Aoko could pour it into her formula. Anyway, Aoko's body, which had integrated with the formula, took on an amount of magic energy that far surpasses maximum capacity. It seethed in agony, or rather it trembled in delight. For a mage, magic energy was a propellant to reach a realm of mystics. The expansion of internal time, the liquefaction of its oneself, the release from the physical. They were all what one might call a near-death experience. On the precipice of what lay beyond, Aoko stood firm and faced reality. Precipice, sorry. Still, reality had come to break her will. The gap between them was plain to any other observer. A gun barrel named Aoko Aozaki had no chance to chip away that lump of ice. She accelerated the spell further. The skull grinned. But ice was no shield, it was a hammer to crush mages who did not know their place. The moon laughed in it as it prepared to crush not just Aoko, but the boy atop the roller coaster, as well as the park in its entirety. So what if it hurts? The circuits were on the verge of going critical. Charged with a scorching power supply from her fingertips to her eyeballs. She would not see the bullets fired. She would arrange a magecraft formula as quickly as her nerve's transmission speed would allow. A single attack was not enough. There was no way to shoot it from its flank, which meant there was only one solution.
Selector! Alternate!
Alternate selector, reconnecting the altering current. The third layer began to transform. It switched from direction to altering current. The spell's supposed strong point was its ability to adjust its trajectory mid-flight, but right now all she wanted was numbers.
Set! Octagram!
Connecting octagram.
全回走ぶん回せ
All layers, max rotation. A blue sun shined down upon the amusement park. Beams of light at maximum output streaked forth to pierce the golden moon. Holding down the trigger, she continued to fire, taking in energy at infinitum. Blue flames shot forth at critical level, but the ice would neither melt nor mar. The amount of sheer heat could make a dent into something formed from such a colossal amount of magic energy. The tower on the circuit sent them berserk, and blood began to run free. The spin should have been more than enough. This is just too strong. The battle had become a tussle over the magical energy that filled the park. From the very beginning, this had been the Snark's home turf. The Snark had control over at least 80% of the space, while Aqua 20 at best. No, I can't stop it. The castle of ice descended as if to call the match. All she could do was delay the inevitable. She knew that she had been backed into a wall, and right now the only thing she could do was to keep firing. Then again, perhaps not. There was another option. If she converted all of her magical energy into a defense, there was such a tiny chance, no, not tiny, a great possibility in fact, that she could save just her. Shut up and do it already. Not even the ice has a chance against all the magical energy here. Clinging to that broken hook, Alpha continued to rotate the circuits. Time seemed to stop at the magical energy overdose. A second of intense pain lasted an eternity. Then, amidst everything, something approached one step at a time. Something from among the park's shadows. Something. She felt goosebumps from head to toe. The issue was no longer the eyes overhead. In the midst of the stillness, the red death drew closer, step by ominous step. Why here? Why now? The circuits in her mind began to rupture out of terror. The composition of her formula and soul began to rip apart. There it was, just behind her. Its footstep came to a halt. It reached around and cupped her face in its blood-stained hands. Greetings. She wanted to scream out of all her might. This is it. Nothing matters. I couldn't care less. Run or don't run. It doesn't matter. Quit hiding and reveal yourself. Use whatever you can and show no mercy. That was it. She had one final card to play. One, a miracle to have been gifted to her. almost as a joke. It made the eyes look like child's play. That was what the Red Death had come to kill. Using it would spell ruin. Not using it would mean defeat by ice, death by ice. Then why hesitate? There were no conditions on its use. There was no price to pay for its power. She simply would cease to be herself. That was all. Human love to exist in areas of grey. Dozens of electrical impulses disconnect in the brain every minute. Nothing lasts forever, not even oneself. It was not anything particularly worth of disdain. It was not even anything remarkably worthy of being called a taboo. Shut up! What escaped her lips now was rage, bewilderment from the red silhouette. The girl let out an inaudible scream. Could true magic truly be her savior? What an opportunistic load of bull. After all, to begin with.
あんなのどうやって使えってのよ
I have no clue how to do that shit yet. Indeed, Aoko was still in the dark when it came to that magic, whatever it was. I'm such a moron. She woke from a momentary hallucination. The very illusion her breaking soul had shown her. Winding had the opposite effect on her. Her pride was now ablaze.
逃げるのか?
So, you're going to run from this responsibility too? Tsujuru was right. Her opponent had put her in a check. But she had done the same to it. It was clear why she was losing. So now all she needed was a counterplan. Well, within her abilities. No matter the odds, she was not the one to give up without giving it. One last shot.
そうだ
That's right.
放り出すのはやれることを全部やってから
Giving up only comes after you've tried absolutely everything. The numbed fingers clenched into a tight fist. She was betting against the house. An unreasonable gamble that should have made her question her sanity. If her first step was off by an inch, her body would be instantly vaporized. But she knew a boy who never fled. She knew of a steadfast courage that could shine its light, no matter how small, through any desperate situation. Yes, there was more than just herself to be concerned about. If that ice fell, it would mean the destruction of a park in its entirety. Everything he had achieved, everything he had risked and dared and happily put his life on the line for, would be all for naught.
本当
Really?
それじゃあ何のために意地を張ったかわからない
What possessed him to be so bullheaded? Determination and confidence surged through her like electricity. She was in no mood to be crushed by a giant sheet of ice. If she was going to lose, she'd rather do as the grandest firework. Aoko was a sore loser. At this point, she would rather burn herself to cinders than let it decide to end.
チェンジ Change!
Disconnect, expand area, reconnect. She grunted the pain. Energy raged through her body. Her circuits were on the verge of disintegration. Inscribed upon her body, her magic crest was magecraft given physical form. It did not, however, stop with simply skin and flesh. It burrowed to the very marrow of her bones. Playful smile graced her lips. A sense of response, reason had been turned upside down by the pain. That was only natural.
なんだ、やればできるじゃない私。
I can't do this. She had to praise her own body for holding out so long while pushed beyond its limits. The Skullface noticed that normality. It finally recognized the challenge of dominance over the space. It laughed at the coincided face. Never did it expect a magician to challenge the great flat Snark, Lord of Vessels, over a millennium. And in such an age of decline. She tried to catch her breath. She braced herself for the coming pain. She was going to smash red eyes to pieces. Both had access to the same amount of magical energy. One of them was greatly outmatched, but
出力装置に差があった。魔力の吸引、方針の規模で負けているのなら。
there was a difference in our output. If I'm losing because of the scale of energy absorption and the size of a barrel, then
単純な話、私をでかくするだけでいい。
the solution is simple. All I need to do is make the formula bigger. Formula and me with it.
チェンジ、ツアープラン。
Reconnect bullet configuration. The feedback would go beyond anything she had experienced to date. Quite simply, her decision went beyond recklessness. She expanded both formula to maximum size. The first layer would transform into a giant vortex, swallowing up the mist. The second layer would process it from one end to pump into the barrel.
私の想定が甘かった。
I was naive,
撃ち落とすなんて半端もいいとこ。
thinking I could do something cute like shoot it down.
この場合、跡形もなく打ち砕くった。
What I need to do is blast to hell. My evil power answered the spellcaster's conviction. It formed the pattern of a writhing serpent. Voiceless magical power flew a banner of revolution. Now look upon the earth, oh venerable one. See now, this pioneer, the first among trailblazers. She embodies a species that knows no fear, that renders naught all manner of mystics and tradition.
貸し借りはここまでよ。嘘つきブーチャム。
I'm done borrowing from you, you lying boomjam.
お望み通り、年をつけて返してあげる。
If you really want it, I'm more than happy to give it all back. For the newest magician commands the principles of consumption and extinction. A barren bullet of light melted through a castle of ice. The barrel held fast. The control of magic energy was divine. 100 1,000 miles of veins, equal to 2.5 times of the circumference of Earth, hungrily dark in the magical energy. The subsequent magical strike hurled it straight up at the moon. No. It froze from the moon's surface. A cry of indignant error echoed through the abandoned park. Reality was burned into the eyes of this creature of fantasy. To Arko, its vain struggle was the taste of victory. Victory despite her absolute reckless use of magical energy. The energy scales had been tipped to their breaking point, but nevertheless in her favor.
ツアープラン
To her plan, bullet configuration.
ブラックライトスターボ
Total eclipse convergence, black light starbow.
一気にぶち抜け
Tell the new one. Shatter, 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 shatter. The skyscraper scattered into atomatized dust. The island, its unattainability extolled and swallowed whole, the despair of its many challengers. Long-headed proudly eluded mankind's intellect. Yet now, azure mists bemoaned its demise. In the sky, the icy canopy crumbled. The snark hunting bullet jumped over the moon. Its force of death sounded like the roaring sea, reverberating across its fairy tale land. The battle was over. Thick fog dissipated and the shattered ice melted away before it hit the ground. A lethal bullet unseated the Night King from its throne, affording him no time to grieve his loss. The oil of the moon, the untouched flat snark, the dreamscape that had begun with its resurrection ended with its demise, drawing a close to the nightmare.
Ugh, さすがに無茶だ。
Oh man, I guess I kind of went overboard. Dead on her back, Aoko looked up at the night sky. He lay there perfectly still, not able to move a single finger. When she tried, her whole body screamed out in agony. She was completely empty of magical energy, and her magical quest had come to a halt. She estimated that it would likely require a whole day to recover all her bodily functions. Sadly, all she could really do in that moment was to take a breath. At least her chest was swelling with pride. She had gone toe to toe with a fairy tale monster and had emerged victorious. The battlefield conditions had favored her. It was true, but there was no denying that Aoko had come a long way in the last 6 months.
それはそれとして、アリスには謝っとかないと。
I owe Alice an apology.
プロイって壊したらそれっきりだものね。
Once a ploy has been broken, it's gone forever. Snug would never again return to this world. It was an insanely rare item, so invaluable that it would have been impossible to price it in for an auction at the association in London. Aoko had sent Alice's priceless treasure to oblivion. Needless to say, things had gotten more than a little out of hand.
まあでも
Still, they had both agreed to fight, so Alice probably would not complain. Even if she was furious, she would never be so undignified to show it. As to show it. The second Aoko relaxed, her fatigue finally caught up with her. She did everything in her power to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Aside from a few minor internal injuries, her body was miraculously unscathed. She felt like she could probably stand up after and dust herself off after a bit of rest. The golden moon continued to burn in the night sky.
正体は油だものね。そりゃいつまでも燃え。
Well, you're oil after all. You could probably burn for Aoko's barely eyes went wide in astonishment. Bleary, sorry. Aoko's bleary eyes went wide in astonishment. She was still unable to lift a finger.
そっか。スナークを見つけたベイカーも最後は一緒に消えるんだっけ。
Alright, the baker who found the snark disappeared along with it. She sighed in resignation. Aoko accepted that her final stand left here with only 10 seconds before she burned to ash too. Elsewhere, just a short moment prior, buffeted by strong winds atop the roller coaster, Sojiro gravely peered down at the ground.
むむ
All he could muster was a single murmur. He could see Aoko on top of some drawing on the ground and...
なんだあれいくらなんでも頑丈すぎないか
What in the world is that thing made of? In the distance, there was something familiar in the direction of a ruined house of mirrors. Sojiro's job to throw Aoko's hair from a great height was complete. While not the most impressive of tasks, it was absolutely a matter of life or death. And on top of it all, just thinking about how he was going to back down, he was going to get back down. The ground was making him dizzy. He had experienced more than enough trouble for one day.
いやでもあれ
Wait, but... He was flustered as he stood atop of the swaying bridge. The sky suddenly appeared in the sky above. On the ground, he could see a circle blue light with Aoka Arazaki in the middle of it. And one more thing. From an angle that only Sojiro could see, a shadow stalked Aoko while she challenged the moon. It was shaped like a person missing the lower half of its body. It's still functioning? The disembodied torso slowly clawed its way towards Aoko. They were still over 600 feet apart. Unfortunately for Aoko, she completely failed to notice it approaching from behind.
遠くて見えないけどあれは
Its It's too far away to make out, but isn't that... You are sure of what it was now? There was only one thing in the park that would chase Aoko, and not him, the puppet.
いや、でも、ほら、あるいはひょっとしてただの偶然ではないだろうか。
But I mean, maybe it's a coincidence, right? His mind ran in circles. It was a perfectly reasonable reaction. Any grip on reality he might had left was long lost when Aoko started firing beams at light at the monstrous moon. Yeah, maybe I should turn down the volume. Just a little bit, Oh, okay. Aoko's merciless fire buffeted the roller coaster like a storm. Just standing on it was almost enough for him to be thrown off and killed. At any rate, Sojuro couldn't fathom the situation. Should he head back to the entrance of a roller coaster and warn Aoko about the incoming threat? No, there was no way he could make it in time. And to make matters worse, there was a horde of red down there, waiting for him. And it may very well have been the case that Aoko was already aware of the puppet and would take it out as soon as it got closer. If she was, Sojuro was sure he would only be in the way. But it did not seem like there was anything he could do to help. And beyond that, Aoko was not the only one in danger. He was in quite a predicament himself. You can't go home again. The road home was never as safe as one thought. It was as true as here as it had been in the mountains. The path he was not no exception. As risky as the ascent had been, it was even more dangerous to go back down. This was no time to be worrying about others. The shaking legs reminded him that only 200 feet separated him from death.
大丈夫。それは分かっている。けど。
I'll be fine, I know. But just... His head was pounding. This was reckless and stupid. Having been raised in the mountains, he was more sensitive to danger than anyone raised in the city. And just thinking about what he was about to do made his throat seize up. There was only one thing he could do to say for sure.
青崎のことだ。あれに絶対気づいていない。
Aozaki has no idea that thing is coming for her. With a sobbing shout, Sojuro started making its way down to the 200-foot frame of a roller coaster. His race towards death accelerated. He never meant to speed up, but the downward slope propelled him forward. It was too late for regrets. Now that he was running, he had no choice but to go even faster. And time was not on his side. He would never make it in time if he took the long way down. Never mind the breadman crowding the exit of a roller coaster. With the exit blocked, the outcome would be the same whether he went slowly or quickly. There was no reason to rush to his death, as desperately as he did. So what? So what if it was futile? Tsujuru cleared the doubts from his mind. He turned his attention to what he could do. Keep his footing and try to arrive at the bottom as quickly as he could.
間違えるな。今大事なのは間に合うとか助けられるとかそういう結果の話じゃなくて。
Focus. Forget wherever you be there in time to save her. The most important thing is... He had no idea what impulses were driving his stiff limbs. He just focused on the moment, pushing past the fear and the cold logic. At his core, he was the kind of person to deal with problems head on. There would be time to think about the consequences later. But hesitation was not only his only obstacle.
こんな時に
Not now. The worst possible hindrance appeared at a time when not focusing on the tracks would mean certain death. Tsujuru sensed something wrong with the Akin he had been so studiously observing out of one eye. Something had changed. At that very moment, he realized it.
よそ見してる場合じゃない。
I can't be looking to the side right now. Tsujuru stumbled, then instinctively caught himself. It was a miracle he had not fallen. Sending a roller coaster on foot was an act of suicide. The ex stayed right by his side. So close it was like it would collide with him. Boy was trying not to look at it. He could not help but feel uneasy that the door-like decoration on its center was gradually opening.
ああ、もうちくしょう。なんだってこんな。
Damn it, why now? Because this rotten situation. And yet he refused to slow down. He ran even faster, glaring at the egg on his side.
本当おかしい。
This is crazy.
こんな状況なのに。
What's wrong with me? Tsujuru was baffled to find that he was smiling. Perhaps it had something to do with Aoko's charm. Tsujuru could not tell one way or another. He could still feel Aoko's finger on his skin. The trust and expectation she had placed in him was etched in on his heart. But what spurred him on was something entirely different. This all stemmed from a much deeper problem. It was something inside him that he could not understand at the time, but would eventually come to terms with one day.
よし、距離は今なら2メートル弱。
Oh. I think it is love, or what do they mean? Alright, there's been 5 feet left. He carefully judged the distance as he ran down the track of death. But the distance between what? It went without saying. It was the distance between himself and the one thing that could save his life. He told himself he was going to do it, over and over like a mantra. Tsujuru could not believe himself. What he was about to do was incredibly stupid. But what is stupid when smart is not an option?
本当、なんでそこまでやるんだ。
I'm really going to do this? This is insane. Amidst it all, he laughed at how pointless such self-reflection was now. Temporary confusion, a psychological thrill ride, both had laid his soul bare. What really mattered in life? The answer to that question was simple. His primitive values did not crave success or reward. All he wanted was...
よし、
This is it. To live the way he wanted. It was not an obligation to the people around him. His desire to live, his way, was his alone.
行こう。
Here we go. If the egg had been equipped with a vocal function, it would have gasped in shock at what happened next. The boy, who had only tried to escape up until this point, suddenly shifted his weight. He pointed his feet outward instead of inward. On the edge of a ray, he crouched ever so slightly to maintain momentum and gazed at the floating egg.
やれる。距離的に問題はない。
Close enough. I can do this. He saw through the night sky. It was a flight that lasted a mere 1.5 seconds. A cordless bungee jump from 100 feet above ground. His destination? The only thing that would stop his fall. The gigantic flying egg. He shrieked, this time out of elation, as he desperately clung to the egg's surface. Just earlier, cold-blooded witch had told him that without fear, the top of a building would feel no different than a balance beam. This fall from the same witch that would have been left speechless had she witnessed the spectacle. It was one thing to be fearless and another to be reckless. What the boy did next would give her a headache in the days to come.
頼むぞ、頼む。
I'm counting on you, egg. Clinging to the egg, he shifted his gaze away from it. He felt the rapid descent. So Drew, focusing his half-shut eyes on the ground, leaped off the egg once, then a few feet from the ground, then turned back to it, careful to re-establish eye contact. Something so unbelievable thought to Sojuro. The elevator and the department store and the mysterious floating egg were both just moving objects, virtually indistinguishable from one another, of course.
よし、割れてない。食べ物を粗末にするのは良くないと思う。
Alright, it did not break. It's always a shame when food goes to waste. He landed near the plaza. The shortcut that almost cost him his life had paid off. Toru took off running the second his feet touched the ground. The puppet after Aoko was the only thing on his mind. He paid no mind to the moonlight in the sky. Nor the egg, which was furious about being used, and seconds away from self-destructing and blasting fragments all over the place.
Aozaki! Nanu?
Aoko's dumbfounded expression spurred Sojuro on. The curse was complete. The empty egg began to sing its warning to let them know there was no escape. Shrapnel from the egg exploded through the air. The order to Queen Alice that Alice had engraved into Dante quickly robbed him of his senses.
それはそれとして。
Okay, was that it? He snapped back to the task at hand and ran to Aoko, still lying on the ground. His legs moved as if they had a mind of their own. But he couldn't have stopped them anyway, since he could not longer feel them.
お前、驚くほどしつこいぞ。
Don't you puppets ever give up? A scrambled murder case. Piles of rubble became flowers of light, blooming from the earth. The final curtain drew closed, and the defeated left the battleground. Had Alice Corngy seen it happen, she would have been beside herself. The two had escaped by an hair's breadth. Only person in a position to witness that rare mutual destruction was a girl who has been saved from it. The boy who had never stopped running paid it no mind.
死ぬかと思った。
I thought you were a goner. The safety of a girl in his arms meant infinitely more to him than the miraculous way in which he had saved her. The moon did not wait for dawn to set. The ornamental texture of a fairy tale kingdom faded away. All of the illusions returned to the way they were before. From the obstanious chords reverberating through the streets. Ostentatious? To the puppets welcoming their guests. Peace and quiet reigned once more, over a forgotten kingdom, never to be awakened again. Out flickered the embers of a late-night dream, even the electric lamps that illuminated the park. Together, they watched it disappear. Zero lay on the ground, desperately grasping for air, like a fish out of water. The curse of the exploding egg had numbed his pain, and he was understandably exhausted after all he had experienced. He looked like he could be blown away by the lightest of breezes. Ayako was also exhausted. She was still in better shape. Focused on taking deep, even breaths, she was already working to recover her strength.
あのさ、
So, she addressed Sojiro indifferently, as her gaze remained on the amusement park. The abruptness of it was a bit theatrical in nature. She wanted to look at him as she spoke, but her pride was simply too great. Oh, god damn the music. Holy. Let's just sink it in a little bit. Listen. Oh, yeah. It's so simple, but it's so good.
あなた、なんかすごいことしなかった？
You did something amazing, kinda amazing, didn't you? The moment she had accepted death, it seemed like an eternity. She was beside herself in shock at how indifferent she had been as the shards rained down from the moon. But a reassuring voice had snapped her back into reality. Why did he do it? What was he thinking? What moronic thing had he done to pull it off? She had no answer for these questions, lying on the ground as she was. All she knew was that he had more than made up for his failures in the House of Mirrors, in Venser, in those fateful final moments. She addressed him, hoping to find answers, but found herself unable to probe any further. To dig any deeper would feel like defeat, which is why it was so unlike her to ask him in the first place. Lucky for her, Sojuro had neither the capacity nor sensitivity to understand how egocentric she was being.
すごいって、それは青崎の方だろ。
Amazing. You were pretty amazing, Aozaki. He stuttered between labored breaths. It was taking him so much effort just to breathe that he could not address her properly. She watched him out of the corner of her eye. Thinking back on it, the boy had performed the same role each time. Each and every time he did what he could put in spite of his fecklessness. It was far more admirable that her nearly suicidal tactics, even if she did defeat her opponent. He did not even recognize how extraordinary his last act of courage was.
提案。あいつをやっつけるのに協力したら、俺のことは見逃してくれる？
Here's an idea. If I help you kill that thing, will you let me go? At the very least, he had the courage to keep trying whatever he could. A spectator might have viewed him as a supporting actor. His actions were not exactly memorable. But the lead actress he supported did not see it that way.
まあね。
Well,
認めたくないし、口になってもっとしたくないけど。
I did not really want to admit it to myself, much less say it out loud, but such inspired actions were wasted in a supporting role. This guy really pulled off the impossible. It was so amazing that she wanted to shout it as loud as she possibly could for all the world to hear.
青崎？
ほんと、人畜無害もどうすぎると侮れないわ。
He's so innocent, it wants to make me barf. All Aoko could do was sigh. How could she not? Even she was forced to admit that the way he'd snatched her from the jaws of death was dashing.
評価、甘めだけど。
I must be getting soft. Truth be told, he was a lunatic for doing what he did. She steadied her breathing and composed herself. While she was in a bad shape, she still had her pride as a mage to consider. That was why she felt a need to maintain an air of dignity.
しずきくん、見逃すのは今日だけって話だったけど、あれ、なしでいいわ。
Shizuki, I originally meant to let you off a hook for today. Only, but I'm willing to let the whole thing go.
とりあえず、命は助けてあげるから。
For the time being, I've decided to let you live. She hastily extended her right hand. It was either to shake his or to help him up. However, Tajuro did not take her hand, but instead stood up on his own. This night, despite the sheer insanity that he had just experienced, his face had not once looked as incredulous as it now. Incredulous? Lululus? As it did now. I'm sorry, I can't.
何そのリアク
My
ション。
concentration is gone. What? Is something wrong? She stammered, worried that she had deeply embarrassed herself. Tojiro's gaze was fixed upon Aoko. problem had dawned on Aoko. Though she normally hated being stared at, this time she did not mind. Rather, she was enjoying the warmth in his eyes and felt like it was something she could almost come to appreciate. Don't you get it? This isn't just about friendship. And I didn't mean he only likes you either. Believe me when I say that's Sonoji, really. A conversation came rushing back. It was a memory better left forgotten.
いかん、それは違う。
No, it's not happening. Pushing Tobimaru's words out of her mind, Aoko turned to Tsuchiro.
それとこれは別だから。
Don't get any ideas.
私はあんたのこととか、ほんとどうでもいいんだから。
I don't care about you in the least. Puzzled, Tsuchiro tilted his head.
さっき嫌いだって言われたけど。
You already told me how much you dislike me. He responded matter-of-factly to her sudden declaration. She certainly had pointed that out. And not to his face, no less. It had a mere figure of speech that he was not meant to take literally. But now was not the time to belabor the point.
そうじゃなくて、あなたが私に惚れてても期待しないでって言ってるの。
I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying you shouldn't get your hopes up, no matter how far you have fallen for me. At belabor, she did anyway. Aoko blushed slightly, realizing how insane she was being. She wondered how she ended up in this position. And yet, she knew that she had to go. She had to get this off her chest. All that was left was to politely wait for his response. I can't date you. Such heartbreakingly painful words were too much for the simple boy to hear. His shoulders slumped, as if the world was coming to an end. Or so Aoko had imagined. On the contrary, Sojuro was sitting there in deep thought.
俺が青崎に惚れてるって？
Did you just say, I'm in love with you? Sojuro murmured the words as if they were a magic spell. She shot right back with the affirmative. After a moment of deep contemplation, the boy turned the expectant girl and said, turned to the expectant girl.
なんで？
Why do you think that? No. Verholt ein Bild. I thought he thought of himself that he kind of liked her. What? I mean, it's in character for him, but what? Okay. He had to be joking, but he was not. He was completely serious. So, he liked him, but he didn't like her. Of course, the vice president had jumped to conclusions. This boy had no interest in romance. He probably didn't even know what that was. She was incredibly embarrassed by how confused Sojuro still appeared to be. Her rosy complexion spread throughout her entire body.
もう一度聞くけど、なんで
I ask again, but why do you think that?
そりゃこっちが聞きたいわよ
That's what. No. It's kind of cliche, but it's still funny after all the action, emotion, and build up, and
飛び丸の大バカ野郎
he freaking Toby Maro. Just like that, she had lost her cool and given into an unjustifiable outburst. It was time to seal off the area and destroy all evidence. Cause embarrassment evolved into sheer panic, and her grudge against Tobimaru suddenly manifested as criminal assault. She lashed out with a punch that could have taken down a bird mid-flight. More specifically, it was a brutal right hook. Aoko blinked. Her blow had connected with something solid, snapping her out of her referee. The temper had lashed out at the completely defenseless Sojuro. He had been a splendid blow with all her weight behind it, knocking him out cold. Oh. Sojuro ground, crumbling to the ground. The punch finished the job, but the curse had started. If not for the discomfort on his face, he appeared almost to be sleeping. Aoko convinced herself that he was napping, not concussed.
いっか予定通りになったものね
Well, whatever. It was always going to end like that. The tension in her shoulders eased away as she looked down at Sojuro. The ton had gotten in her way over the course of the day today. But the day was saved for now. With nobody left to butt heads, she felt exhaustion finally overtake her.
うわ歩いて帰れるかな私
How the heck am I going to walk home like this? The fatigue was enough to make her complain out loud. When she thought about it, she realized that this was the first time she had used up all her magical energy, and the first time she had participated in a battle of this scale without any prior preparation. Though in truth,
私一人じゃどっちも相打ちだったっけ
it would have ended in mutual destruction if I had been alone. She felt somewhat proud as she whispered those words. Normally it was something that she would beat herself up over, but instead she simply shrugged her shoulders with a bitter smile. After all, it was thanks to the person sleeping beside her. Sleeping.
ね聞こえてないわよね
Hey, you can't hear me, can you? As if the night had swallowed her voice before it reached him, she received no response. Confident, she continued in an even quieter voice.
そのありがとう十分に助けてもらったわ
So, thank you. You really got me out of a jam there. Of course, there was no response from Sojuro, and she was not expecting one. Saying it for the record was enough. Aoko watched Sojuro sleep for a while, and then pulled something out of her pocket. It was the palm-sized glass bottle a roommate had given her, which she opened with a pop.
でもそれとこれとは別だから。
But none of this matters. Leaving behind words colder than a winter chill at night, she called out his name. She barely sensed the bottle moving, and the silhouette of a fallen boy appeared to blur. She got the feeling that the weight of the bottle had increased slightly.
うわ、どうなってんだろうこれ。
Oh, that's kind of weird. What appeared to be a human form could clearly be seen inside the glass. Alice Koronji's tools were mystics that confounded even the most knowledgeable of mages. As soon as Aoko tried to analyze them with logic or reason, she was already out of her depth. Knowing this all too well, Aoko closed the bottle and watched the boy disappear, as if by some magic trick.
まったく、こんなの手品じゃなくて魔法だって。
Jeez, It's no stage trick, this is actual magic, she muttered as she looked into the magical bottle. Its weight had not changed significantly, as she had no idea how it worked. But the one thing she did know was that there was a human being inside of it. Its light weight was almost unnerving, closer to empty air than a human being. It was about as heavy as one would expect if they bottled a summer breeze. Well, that did not fit her image of Sojuros perfectly.
アリスの言う通り。
Just like Alice said. She muttered to no one in particular as she recalled the past.
ほんと、私らしくない。
This really isn't like me. Aoko wore a bittersweet smile. Her usual moodiness was gone. It was a dangerous world out there. It was good to have someone to keep her on her toes. With a wry chuckle, she flicked the magic bottle within her finger and set off walking. You could hear a bell in the distance, signaling the end of the play. The ethereal dream gave way to reality. In the grand scheme of things, it had been but an instant. As the actors exited stage left, the last of the lights silently flickered out. And so, the long-dead amusement park played its final role as a memory for a boy and a girl. It was a hell of a two-parter. God damn. Well, after reading all that, finishing this, I can't say anything but when I'm... Holy shit, this felt so good to read. It was so much fun. I don't think I've had ever read stuff out loud as excuse me, The thing I want to say is that I was very, very loud. My voice almost gave out. I can feel it itching in my throat, like, oh, it's too much, you should stop. But I didn't care. Wow. I had to take a break in between, but this is holy. Well, short things, long things said short, or whatever. I had a ton of fun reading this. The story getting going like breakneck speed, and so much happening, so much action, and I don't know, it was just satisfying. Well, hope you I hope you had as much fun as I did, and I hope I see you in the next episode too. When you when you watch all of this, or just a little part of it, just thank you if you did. And well, until the next episode, I will see you. Bye bye.